I honestly can't put into words how much time, effort, and money I've spent to get this right in front of your eyes today. Over the last few years, I've moved 10,000 kilometers away from home at age 18, gone from a first-year NAIA program to becoming a D1 starting center back, signed over $350,000 in scholarship, including a $100,000 full ride from a Masters of Finance, invested over $20,000 into elite coaching for mindset, performance, and nutrition, and spent months planning, filming, and refining the models that you are about to watch. This is by far the most comprehensive guide that you will get to go from overlooked, stuck defender to playing like a modern dominant center back at the college level and beyond. And it's the exact framework I've used to help my own players like Finn, going from being injured and doubting himself to becoming defender of the year, Noah from doubting himself in NAIA to becoming a D1 conference champion and starter, and Kivo from being done at the NAIA level to becoming an All-American and transferring to a top D1 program. And I could honestly tell you about so many more center backs that went through the exact framework. I've seen so many programs for players where they give you the theory, hype, random drills, but no practical step-by-step structure that you can follow on your own to actually change how you train, think, and perform. My goal is to change that for center backs. I want to put everything I know out for free, because I know if you can use this blueprint to grow from where you are right now to being a serious center back, getting minutes, offers, trust, then I'll be the one who can take you from that level to becoming a top D1 or pro center back when you're ready. Honestly, this can change your career, because this exact blueprint is what took me from sleeping on a floor in my first weeks in the US, being doubted by coaches, starting out at the NAIA level, to becoming a D1 starter, signing 6-figure scholarships, and living my absolute dream life in California as an international athlete. Honestly, I shouldn't be here on paper. I was never the most talented. I wasn't the Golden Academy boy. I was the guy people said, he's probably not good enough for that level. The difference between where I'm at right now and where you are right now is not talent. It's the information and the systems that I know. And I'm giving you all that today. In this modern center back blueprint, I'm going to walk you through the mindset and identity you need as a modern center back, how you build a weekly structure so every day actually moves you closer to your next level, how to train in the gym and on the pitch specifically for center backs, how to use nutrition so you feel powerful and sharp for 90 minutes, and how to build your game IQ and leadership so coaches trust you, not just notice you. The first module is going to be mindset and identity, because if you want to play at the D1 or pro level, you cannot keep thinking like the scared youth defender, the just happy to be here college player, or the guy who collapses emotionally after just one mistake. I'm going to show you how I rewired the way I think as a center back, how I changed my frequency, and how that shift allowed me to break through plateaus and play at the level I used to only watch on TV. Everything starts from the mind. And if you learn to think like a modern elite center back, your habits, performance, and opportunities will follow. So watch these videos properly, set the foundation, and I'll see you in the first module.
Welcome to chapter 1, reprogramming your mind. And this is the path to an unbreakable mindset. And before we talk about training, nutrition, or recovery, we need to start here, because as a center back, your mind is your greatest weapon. Think about it. Your body reacts to what your mind actually believes. So if your mind breaks under pressure, your body will follow, no questions asked. But when your mind is strong and composed and locked in, that's when you really gonna become unshakable, no matter the situation. And this chapter is where we really learn to think like this pro center backs, modern center backs, how I call them. Not just someone who plays the position, but someone who leads, someone who commands, someone who gets respected and who's trusted to perform no matter what. Because now here's the truth. Every player wants to train harder, every player wants to look better, feel stronger, and play more minutes. But actually very few have the mindset to stay consistent long enough to make that happen. That's really what separates the good from the great. And that's why this lesson is the foundation for everything. Without an unbreakable mindset, all the system that I will give you later, the workouts, the nutrition plan, the recovery work, none of that matter. The first thing I had to develop myself as well was the mindset before I could go in any of the other modules. Because when life gets tough, when motivation fades, when things don't go your way, this is when your mindset decides whether you keep going or you're giving up. And the modern center back, they don't crumble. When things get hard, this is when we lean in. This is when we even commit harder. And this is when we see pressure as an opportunity to grow from it. And we also understand that the habits are basically a reflection of our standards. And that's why we have to build this inner structure, the discipline, the resilience, the mental toughness that really make us the reliable player on and off the pitch. And by the end of this chapter, I want you to understand one thing. Your mind drives absolutely everything, and your body will follow your thoughts, and your performance at the end will follow your preparation and reps that you put into everything. And your results follow your discipline. So once you master your mindset, everything else, your training, your recovery, your nutrition, will fall into its place automatically, and it will just come by. But this is the start of that transformation. This is where you really shift from playing the game to dominating it, to commanding it. So let's build that unbreakable mindset, the one that really makes you the center backs that your team can count on and no one wants to lose. All right, let's talk about one of the most important lessons in your entire development as a center back: the difference between a fixed mindset and a growth mindset. This is one shift in how you think will completely change, because you approach training and mistakes and challenges in a complete new way. And here's the truth: anything meaningful, building muscle, improving your position, becoming a starter, earning that scholarship, is achievable if you put in the work over time. But most players never even get there because their mindset stops them before they even begin to work. A fixed mindset center back would say, I can't win headers, I'm too small, I will never start, the coach doesn't like me, I'm not fast enough. They label their current situation as permanent. And because they believe it can't change, they stop even trying. They avoid the challenge, they protect the ego, and they, at the end of the day, they just stay the same. Now, a growth mindset center back would see things absolutely different. He says, I can't win headers yet. I'm not strong enough yet. I'm not where I want to be yet. And that one word, yet, that changes absolutely everything, because it turns every weakness into a work in progress, something we can work on over time and get better on. Because he's not scared of the challenge, he looks for it. He actively looks for, where can I get better? Where can I improve my skills? And he goes to the gym, practice timing his jumping, studies positioning, and shows up every day after another. And that's actually how improvement actually happens, through effort, learning, and persistence, and having that long-term vision of a growth mindset, that I can grow, that I can be better than I am right now. And every skill, if it's your strength, your speed, your leadership, even your composure under pressure, can be developed. You're not stuck with any current level. You can literally build into the center back you want to become. And if this is playing in the Premier League, I'm telling you right now, you can become that kind of center back. I was goalie for I was a goalie until I was 14 for my 13 for my local club team. And I ended up playing for one of the best academies in Germany, Borussia Mönchengladbach, if you know, Bundesliga club, and now playing at the top D1, starting every single game. If someone would have told me back then this would be my path, I would have said they're crazy. But I put in the work and I believed in growing step by step. And uh, you can, as I said, but only if you're willing to see your mistakes for what they really are, not prove that you're not good enough. That's not it about mistakes, but data showing you, okay, what do I have to fix next? What can I improve on? You got to think about it like this. You miss a tackle, that's good. You just found out that your timing was off, and now you can work on your timing, and now next time you know what you have to do better. The same thing. You lose an aerial duel, you just learned what to train next week. Do you need more power? Do you need better jumping timing? Do you need a stronger base? Or you make a bad pass out of the back. Now you know what to practice in your next technical session. Every mistake you do, stop seeing it as something that you can't fix or that makes you a bad player. Every mistake is just a kind of information. And we need to use this information. We need to review it. Then we need to adjust it through training. And then we need to focus on the next action. How can we fix that mistakes? And that's how pros really think. That's the only way they approach mistakes. They don't see a mistake as, oh, I'm so bad. Like, I'm probably going to lose my contract. I'm going to stop playing. No. They see the mistakes and they're like, okay, how can I fix it? This is what I'm going to do the next week. And that's really how growth-minded center backs get better every single day, because they improve their mistakes every single day. Even on the top stage, they make mistakes all the time. Remember back Loris Karius in the Champions League final, 2 huge mistakes, and he's a top professional still playing in the pro leagues. Yeah. And one more thing, you got to understand, the world absolutely owes you nothing. Because you can't ask for greatness while living in a state of inaction. You can say that you want to be elite, but you skip lifts, you eat junk food, or you go half speed in training. It doesn't work like that. You gotta be the center back who dominates, who leads, who earns the trust from your coaches, and you have to give a part of yourself to the process for it. You have to sacrifice. It's now you can't ask for something and don't work for it. Nobody owes you that. And every center back that has made it to the top, that played in the D1 level, they earned it through effort, sweat, and discipline over and over and over again. And I can guarantee you that talk to anyone who is on the level or who is where you want to be, they put in the effort. So if you want to stand out, if you want to rise that level, you need to drop the excuses and really build the mindset that says, I might not be there yet, but I will be one day. And this is really the foundation of growth, because every rep, every mistake, every lesson, it's all part of becoming the center back that you're meant to be and that you want to be. It's all about seeing the vision of where you're at right now and being able to put it into words, to put it into actual data, and then act on it and get better every day, what I will help you with. Super excited. That was the first module of the mindset chapter, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, let's talk about something that really separates the average center back from a dominant one. It's your standards. Because at the end of the day, your standards are what really define you. They shape how you think, how you act, and ultimately how you will perform. Because the truth is simple. How you do anything is how you do everything. And if you're late in life, you will be late on the pitch. If you cut corners off the field, skipping meals, half-assing your lifts, staying up all night scrolling, then you will cut corners in the games too. You will lose your focus, you will make sloppy decisions, and your habits in real life will always catch up to you. And there's no such thing as of the field doesn't matter, because it always shows up when the whistle blows and you have to kick off. The work that you put in within the week shows in your games. It's so true. So what does that mean for you as a center back? It means you hold one standard everywhere. You're on time. You keep your space clean. You lock your training sessions. You fuel properly. Protein every meal. We will go over this in one of the later modules. You protect your sleep window like it's part of your job. We will also go over that in the other modules. Because it is. All those things is. It's a whole lifestyle. It's not that once you step on the field, you're a soccer player. No, your whole lifestyle is being a center back, getting better as a center back, adapting that mindset and lifestyle of one of those dominant center backs. Because you got to understand, every one of those small actions says something about who you are. You always vote for the center back that you want to be with every single action. You're showing everyone and yourself that you take this seriously. And that's not you waiting to become that dominant center back one time. You begin to be him right now. Right now in this second, you vote with your action. Every action votes for you becoming that new version of yourself, becoming that best center back that you can be, going to the next level, getting that new scholarship, getting into the starting 11. That's really what it's all about. And for this, you got to start carrying yourself like the player that you want to be today. Walk like him, train like him, recover like him. Think about it. What is the guy that I want to be? How does he look? Is it some kind of Virgil van Dijk? How does he play? How does he act himself? How does he hold himself when he eats the meals and everything? Start acting like this right now, and you will see how it makes crazy wonders, and you will actually transform into that person before you are it through acting like it. And when you act like this top center back right now, everything starts aligning with this identity. It's magic. It's absolutely magic. The standards that you live off the pitch, they will build the trust that your coach and teammates feel on the pitch. They will know that you're reliable, that you will always show up, that you're ready, and that you're locked in. Now, here's the part that most players miss. Obstacles aren't a punishment. They're growth opportunities. See every challenge that you face. See them in it, like, let's say, an injury, a mistake, a bad game. See them as the universe wanting to test you if you're truly committed to your standard, if you can truly withstand the hardship that you also face in a game. Because when life gets tough, you have two choices. You gotta either be bitter and feel sorry about yourself, or you commit harder and you get better. And you can complain, blame, and stay the same, or you can accept it, adapt it, and grow from it through learning out of your mistakes. Because nobody will come to save you. Not your coach, not your teammates, not me. I can help you. We can all help you. Not your parents. We can all assist you. But you have to save yourself at the end of the day through your standards, through the way you live every day. And I will give you guidance on that. I will give you the exact plan how you have to live to level up, but I can't live the life for you. I can't do the lifts for you. I can't eat the meals for you. That has come through you. You have to act on it. So you got to fix your mind on one goal, on your goal, the player that you want to become. And then you got to back it up with consistent action. And I will give you the action. That's the awesome thing about this program. I will give you everything and lay you everything out that you have to act upon. But what I can't do is act for you. And because talk at the end doesn't matter as a leader. You can talk as much as you want. You can talk about, I'll become that player as much as you want. Your habits have to speak. Your actions have to speak louder than your words. And when your standards do, you will become the center back that you strive for. But you got to live by it every single day. Okay, that was it for this module. I'll see you in the next one. Really go over this again and again. Take notes. Really understand the concept of it. Those are golden. See you in the next one.
Let's talk about one of the biggest secrets behind consistency and success as a center back, and it's structure. Because here's the truth, motivation comes and goes, but the structure, this is what really keeps you moving when your motivation disappears, especially like late on in the season or after a tough week of training, after a tough day of practice. This is when your structure comes in place. And structure is what turns your discipline into basically an autopilot on you just executing on your tasks. Because if you have a routine, you take out all of the emotion. Like you basically know what you have to do and you don't act up on emotions. No, you act up on your plan. And you don't wake up asking, do I feel like training today? Do I not feel like training today? Because you already know what to do because it's in the plan. The plan I'm going to give you, you know that this is what you have to do in order to achieve what you desire, what you plan out to do. Because your structure becomes basically your script. And once that script is in place, you do not have to think anymore. You just have to execute on whatever I give you. And this is what you have to understand. You just have to follow it. It's that simple. You follow, you execute, and when you execute consistently, your success stops being a matter of a chance. It's not a matter of if you have success, it becomes a matter of time. It becomes a matter of when will you have success. And you got to think about it like this. Every day you follow your plan, you hit your training, you eat your meals, you get your recovery in, you're stacking those small wins, those little 1%. And those small wins, they compound. They build your discipline. They build your confidence back up. They build your momentum. And that's what I mean by execution. It's basically guaranteed success, because if there's a gap in between where you are right now and where you want to be, and let's say there's 100 units in between you and where you want to be, and each day counts for 1 unit. It's day by day. Going from 0 to 1, going from 0 to 3 might not seem like a lot, but if you put in 60 days the consistent work, you went from 0 to 60 and you're actually closer to your desired outcome than where you started. But that will just happen if you put in the work of the plan day by day. And the difference at the end of the day is that if you commit to the process, your improvement isn't optional. It's basically inevitable. Like there's no such thing as you putting in the work and it doesn't work out. It's just a matter of when, as I said. And now let's be real. Like everyone falls at some point. It's normal. You won't be perfect 100% of the time. Like you will miss a session even if it's out of like it's your fault or something happens in life. Sometimes life just happens to us, or you have a bad day, or you feel tired and unmotivated. It's all part of it. But the difference between an average player and the ones that actually grow is, what do they do after they fall off? Do they fall off one day and that amounts to another day, another day, another day, and then they're at the point where it's like, oh, it doesn't really matter, one day more or less, I can fall off. But when you have a structure, like a routine and a checklist, a plan in place, you will always have a safety net to fall into, because your routine is your map and it shows you exactly what you got to do to get back on track, what you have to do in order to succeed. And you don't need to guess, you just need to return to the script. So if you have a day where you fall off and where you're like, oh man, today I really don't feel like it, and you don't do your workout, you don't have to think about how can I get back into my process. No, you have the script laid out. So you just got to start acting on the script again and start committing to it even harder. And that will basically get you back on the map. And that's the greatest thing of it. There's never this feeling of, oh, I messed up today. I wonder how I can get back into it. No, you have the script, how you get back into it. The map is all laid out for you there. You just have to execute on it. And even if there's a day you don't execute, you just start on the next day and you walk the path and continue walking the path where you basically went off to a right turn, or wrong turn, better said. And you don't, like, the only thing that you need when you slow down is double down on the things that work. Double down on the plan even harder. You have to commit even harder to it. You feel that is right now hard for you to do the workouts, even commit harder to them, even commit harder to the plan. You know that you sometimes scramble at like 5 p.m. when it's workout time and you rather take a nap. In this moment, even commit harder. Be yourself. Okay, today I know exactly what I have to do at 5 p.m. I'm gonna go to the gym. I'm not gonna do because I know if I take the nap, this is what's gonna veer me off my path that's laid out for me to success. Because the only real failure isn't falling off, isn't missing a day. The only the only real failure is if you're not getting back up and if you're not returning to your plan and your script and you not continue chasing your dream. It's basically abandoning the system that keeps you from growing. If you just disregard the system, that's when you really fail. And structure is what really separates the players who wish they would be a D1 player, they wish they would go to the next level, from the players who actually do and who consistently win in their daily life. It's what's really turns all the information that I'm teaching you, all the information that you're getting from your coach, that you're getting from your parents, from outside sources, all the inputs, the training, the nutrition, the recovery, into actual results, into actually measurable things that you can see yourself grow into. Because without a system to execute it, knowledge means nothing. You can have all the knowledge in the world. If you don't take action towards this knowledge, it doesn't help you. It's done. It's done. You don't need to know something that you can't act upon. So if you want to take your game, your body and your mindset to the next level, you have to build your structure, follow your script, and let discipline take over. And the greatest thing about this mentorship is that I will provide you with the exact structure. I will provide you with the exact daily script. And all you have to do is execute it and do it and commit to it. And you will see how your discipline becomes an autopilot. Like you'll be crushing down your tasks on autopilot because you exactly know, hey, this is the plan Jakob gave me. This is what I have to do in order to gain this 10 pounds of lean mass, to get more explosive, to get my confidence back on track. And as soon as you execute, there is no way but for you to succeed and but for you to win. The only question is, when will you win? And that's how you really stop hoping for your success. And it starts that your success is guaranteed. Like if you execute on the plan and the script that I give you within this program, your success is guaranteed. That you will, like, you going to the next level is guaranteed. You will put on 10 pounds of muscle if that's the goal that we've set. But you got to commit to the plan. You got to commit to your structure. And once you fall off, you got to veer back and be like, okay, it's not that, oh, I don't know how to get back into. No, the plan is laid out there for you. Just continue walking the path that I paved you from the moment where you left it. Just take the turn back. So that was it for this chapter, the importance of structure. And I'll see you guys in the next module. So let's talk about one of the most important foundations of becoming that center back that you really want to be. And it's setting goals and having a clear direction for yourself. Because if you don't know where you're going, there's no amount of training, no amount of good nutrition or recovery that will at the end get you there, because you don't know where you're going. Basically, you can't hit a target that you can't see. So here's the first thing that I want you to understand. There are no limits to what you can achieve as a center back and as a player in your career. If you want to become a starter in your current club, if you want to become a captain, if you want to move up to the college level, if you want to move up to D1, if you want to become a pro, whatever it is, it's all on the table. But here's the key. You have to set the standard. Nobody else, not your coach, not your teammates, not your parents. You decide who you're going to become, and you have to build the habits and the lifestyle that will match that identity. And the great thing about this program, as I said, is I will lay you out that mindset and I will lay you out that lifestyle. The only thing you have to do is execute on it, execute on the script, execute on the structure I give you, and that will bring you to your goals. But the biggest point here is you have to execute on that, because goals don't create success. Your standard and daily effort does at the end. And you want to be a starter, then you show up early. You have to recover smarter. You have to outwork everyone around you. I mean, it's self-explanatory, but or if you want to wear the captain's armband, then you gotta lead by example every single day on and off the pitch. You can't allow yourself to to slip off. Of course, mistakes happen, but if you want these things, you gotta embody them. You gotta act the way that you want to be. And if you want to go pro, and that's one thing I'm going for right now, then you have to live like one. You have to basically be a pro before you can call yourself one. I'm living the lifestyle right now of a professional soccer player. There's no different of my daily life to a professional soccer daily life. And that will at the end of the day, where I'm 100% sure, will make me a pro one day, because I will become, that person. And there is a difference between wanting something and earning something. And here's something people don't talk about enough. It's sacrifice. If you want to hit certain goals, there will be amount of sacrifice asked from you. And normally it is, as big as the goals are, as big will your sacrifice be. And choosing to be elite means saying no to comfort and distractions a lot of the time. So no late nights, no skipping your meals, not I'll do it tomorrow. You can't live like everyone else and expect to play and be someone else, because you have to pick a path. You can't half commit to greatness and expect to get great. You either are all in or you're not, or you're out. All in or out. It's all or nothing. And you got to decide if you want to be the center back that's going to sign that new scholarship, that's going to go to the Division 1 level, that's going to go break into the college ranks, that's going to be the starter in his team. And then you have to go and live by it. Because once you've set your goal, the game becomes super simple. You got to show up for it daily, and your daily actions have to match whatever that goal is about. So you got to train, you got to fuel, and you got to recover with the intention to hit that goal. And again, I will provide you with the exact plan. So all the hard work is done by me. The only thing you have to do is commit and execute. And every single action either is going to move you closer to your goal or further away. A clean meal will move you 1% maybe, but it will move you closer. However, if you don't have good sleep before game, that will set you back, because I can guarantee you can't play at 100%. And even if you have a good game that day, you could have had a better game if you would have been in at 100%. So each and every time, it's either moving you closer or holding you back from achieving your goals. And when you slip, because you will, it's normal. I'm not telling you to be perfect. The most important thing is that we correct quickly. Don't waste days feeling sorry for yourself that you slipped. Don't let one bad choice turn into a bad week. No, one bad choice, we analyze what we did wrong, and then we go back to the plan. But you have to adjust fast and get right back onto your structure. And that's how pros think. They don't chase the perfection, because they know no one is perfect. Even in the Champions League final, they do mistakes. But they chase the consistency. So it might happen in Champions League final, but therefore that was the only one they slipped within the last 3 months. And here's the thing, and here's the warning. You got to be aware of the small slips. It's not those big things that will make the huge difference. No, it's the small slips that silently crack into your routines, because the small things are what separate the great from the average. It's about the small actions. So if the small actions are not in place, you won't be able to chase the greatness, because skipping one lift, eating sloppy for a few days, or jogging through a dough, it all adds up. It gets 0.1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. At the end, you are 5 points behind instead of just 1. And eventually, those small slips show up as that big mistake in a game, as I said. So you didn't go to bed early, you had a shitty meal, and let's say you went out and partied 3 days ago, and then you're on game day, and then in the 88th minute, you do the bad pass and you concede a goal. You might not think right away, oh, it was because I was partying and doing all that things. But those are at the end the reasons for you to lose your focus and slip in those small moments. If you would have been dialed in the whole time, you would have been dialed in the game. And those little things make the difference. And that's what the pros or the players on like the top college level really differentiate from the players that are just average. So here's your challenge. Decide who you want to become. Set a goal that scares you, and sometimes that forces you to level up. I'm scared of going pro. I'm looking at all those players. I'm like, those are good players. But at the same time, I'm like, no, I could absolutely be there. I just have to put in the work. I'm scared of the work too, but I do it regardless, because I know if I commit to the work and I commit hard and I do the work, that's when I will see the results. That's when I get attention from coaches. It has already worked this season. I've been playing the best season in my life because I'm acting like a pro. I'm living the lifestyle of a modern center back. And once you decide who you want to become, you have to set the goal that scares you and then fully commit to it. Follow your plan, respect your structure, the structure that I will provide you with. Again, I was there without a structure. You have the great resource that you choose to invest in yourself, to have me give you that structure. So I make things easy for you. You just need to execute, and the rest will follow. The results will follow. And hold yourself to that standard that of a player that you want to be. If you want to become a professional player, if you want to become a D1 starter, look at what D1 starters are doing. Look at how they treat their day, and then act like that. You got to become the person before you even have reap the benefits of being that person, because that's how you stop dreaming about the modern being the center back you want to be, and that's how you start becoming it, by embodying it with action each and every single day. And this is how you set a real goal with a real direction, followed with a plan we went over before. And that was it for this section. I'm going to talk to you guys in the next one. I'll see you. Welcome to the next module, and this is all about having faith in yourself. And it's, as the heading says, over everything, have faith. Because you gotta understand that no matter how much you train, how perfect your nutrition will be, and how dialed in your recovery routine will look, if you don't believe in yourself, none of that will matter. Whatever the mind can conceive and believe, you can actually achieve it. And that's not just a quote, it's really the truth behind every player who's made it. They've all been that little boy with just a dream, because everything starts in your mind. And if you don't believe that you can dominate, how can you expect to believe anyone else to believe in you? If you hesitate, your coach is going to feel it. You're going to play like it on the field. If you doubt, your teammates can sense it, and you can see on your field that you're not actually bought into that. Even your opponents pick up on it and are like, oh, that guy is done. I've had so many strikers that are mentally weak where I was like, my game is already won. Like, he already lost the battle while we were going out, and he was looking at me, and I could just see the doubt in his eyes. And because they see it in your body language and how you step into tackles, how you talk, how you carry yourself on the field. And that is why confidence is not optional for a center back. It's basically part of your job. It is as important as you having a good nutrition and going to bed on time. And your presence as a center back comes from that inner belief. When you believe that you're dominant, that you're composed and reliable, others see you that way as well. It's the energy that you give, you will also receive from others. And as a defender, your energy sets the tone for the whole team. We are the leaders in the backline. We set the tone. We give them the initiative of how to act on the field and how to give them confidence. And if you walk onto a pitch with the belief, the players around you will save. If you can bring up that belief from the back and basically kind of shift it through the whole team, that's what's going to lift your whole team, and that's what coaches really pay attention to. And then you and they will play a lot more freely because they know that you've got everything under control back there and you got their back. And that's real leadership, and that's what the great center backs are so good about. Now we go again. And that's what the good center backs are so good about. it even starts long before kickoff. It starts really in your mind, because every great center back, from the pros to the college captains, built their identity with having faith, with believing in themselves, believing in their abilities, thinking they're the best that they can be, and they're the best on the field and the only one that can do the job. And faith, that is that you, like, knowing that the work you're putting in will pay off. Faith that the setback won't define you, but your actions that you choose to take after in order to get better from it. Faith that no matter what happens, you will find a way to rise again. And that's what you need to do. That's what you need to do. That's what the best doing, and that's what you need to do too. And the big takeaway here is simple. Believe in yourself first. No matter how crazy it sounds, no matter how far you think you're off, believe in yourself. Because if you don't, no one else will. And your identity as a center back begins in your mind. This is where it all starts. And then you prove it every single day with your actions. So you believe who you want to be, and then you prove that belief with your actions on a daily basis. And when you walk like you belong, talk like you belong, and play like you belong, you stop chasing the confidence and you actually start embodying that person, that center back that you want to become. And that's the difference between playing the game and really dominating, commanding the game, being that person that people look up to. So that was it for this chapter. I'll see you in the next one. So consistency is the single most powerful skill that you can ever master as a center back, because talent can win you a few moments, but consistency is what wins you an entire career, and how actually the pros are able to excel over an entire career. Because you don't need to be perfect. It's not perfectionism that we're chasing. You just need to be relentless. You need to be willing to go over and over again. So let's start with your goals. Your goals are basically your fuel. That's your vision. That's what keeps you going all the time. The bigger your vision, the stronger the fire will be inside of you. So pick your goals as high as possible, as we said in our last module. And if your goals don't scare you a little bit, they're not big enough. They're not big enough because there's not going to be enough fire for you, not being going to be enough belief for you and conviction for you to go after it every single day. And when you set massive goals, it's like earning the starting spot, becoming a captain, or playing pro. You basically give yourself a reason to wake up early, to train harder, and to say no when everyone else says yes. Because you got to think about it that way. If your goals are not big enough and you have to say no to something, and it's not that big of a deal, whatever goal you're desiring, you're like, I'm willing to take that. But if your goal is going pro, let's say, making a living out of the sport, or going to college, having the greatest experience of your life, and I'm a testimony to that, then you're like, the thing you're saying no to becomes a lot far more valuable, and you can train your mind to say easily no, because you're like, oh, there's something so much greater waiting for me. And the pursuit of itself, so the process, that's that chase for something greater, that basically makes success inevitable. If you chase for it every single day, consistently, going over and over again, your success isn't a question. It's just a question of when. And because it forces, and the thing you gotta understand, it forces you to grow into the version of yourself that can achieve it. So let's say Virgil van Dijk, he hasn't always been the defender that he is right now at Liverpool, but his daily actions and his consistency towards becoming the Virgil van Dijk he is right now, being one of the best center backs ever existed, that what got him there. It wasn't his ability that he already had 5 years ago. No, it was his daily action and his big vision of goals, winning a Champions League, winning the Premier League. That's what kept him driving and was his fuel to really be able to do all that. And so then now you gotta understand one thing, and there's a difference between the winners and the losers in this game. And you gotta understand, losers, they put in the amount of effort that they think is enough to achieve whatever goal they're striving for. Because they stop when it gets like uncomfortable. They work when it's convenient, when they just feel like it. But you gotta understand, and this is, listen to that. What do winners do? What do the real winners do? If you look in the pro ranks, if you look in the top D1 ranks, they do whatever it takes to make failure impossible. They make so many reps that failure is no option for them. They show up when they don't feel like it. They do the extra reps, the extra stretch, the extra hour of recovery, and they're basically obsessed with doing it right, not just doing it once. And since they put so much effort, so much reps in it, there's no way for them to not succeed, because they will always improve. There's no way for them to fail, because they always stack small wins. Maybe the one win won't be equal to another win, but a win is a win. 1 + 1 still equals 2, and 0 + 0 will always equal 0. So that's one thing. You understand that you have to put in so much work that it's unreasonable. It's not possible for you to lose. And that's what I do, for example, every day as well. Every day I track everything. I go get my workouts. I go get my recovery. And this makes me impossible to lose. And I reaped already the benefits for this year, having the best season I ever played, having the most minutes in the team. It's amazing what this consistency can do. And excuse me. And here's what happens when you really stay consistent over time. You build clarity and growth, because every single rep you push through, every clean meal you eat, every time you say no to the distractions, that's when you're really building a stronger version of yourself. That's when you're growing. That's when you're getting this 0.1% better. And each one of those small victories basically reinforces in your mind that identity of being disciplined, of being that reliable center back that you strive to be, and that coaches can't deny and coaches want to have on their team. Because you start thinking clearer, you react faster, and you play with more confidence, because that's just the person you are right now. That's just how you act. And that happens because your habits have become who you are. You act like the person that you want to be. Therefore, you become the person that you are. And you no longer try to just be consistent. You are consistent. You're basically on autopilot. And that's what happens when you really understand your mission and things start to click, things start to work out, and you're like, oh, I'm flying now. I'm flying now. Nothing can stop me. And that's how I feel right now. And that's how I want you to feel. And if you follow the plan, again, I keep coming back to that. That is what we will achieve through consistently putting that plan into place, getting that mental clarity, and getting the growth that basically just keeps us going, and keeps us going. And another super important point you got to understand is, once you start stacking those small wins, once you start rolling and you feel like, oh, I'm getting here unstoppable, baby, like I'm on a flow, that's when you build momentum. And momentum is so dangerous, because you get so dangerously good and you can achieve so dangerously a lot, because once it starts rolling, quitting stops being an option. Once you start what you are actually capable of, you don't back off anymore, because you know what you can do. And you basically wake up every single day with the direction, with the plan. And you know, if you execute on that, you will have more growth. You will be better the next day. And you don't need motivation anymore, because you have that momentum. You have that daily proof of growth after a certain amount of consistency. And when you have that, progress basically becomes automatic. So you have to remember this. Your talent sets your potential, but your consistency decides your reality of how much you're really achieving from that potential, and that you're not just ceiling at 80% if you could have been at 100 if you would have put in all the work. And this is why you got to stay locked in. You got to push forward each and every day. And I keep repeating myself, it's about the small actions, about the actions each and every day, following the plan every day, focusing on win that one day at a time, win that one action at a time, and that will make other things fall in place. And if you keep building momentum until your success basically becomes unstoppable, it's when the consistent really becomes who you are. And then there's nothing left that can stop you from becoming that center back that you're meant to be. And I can give you a little example out of my life. When I was at NAA, I was just a normal player. But once I started implementing having a better nutrition, having a better gym routine, and I went to the gym every day. I ate clean every day. When others were eating the pizza in the cab, I still ate clean. You know what happened? In the moments that I allowed myself some grace, which is sometimes true, others came up to me like, what's happening to you? They were confused of not being consistent. So what I want you to understand out of this example is that once you start being consistent with something, you actually become that person, you become that version of yourself, and your growth and success will just follow. And it's absolutely amazing to see that happening. So that was it for this chapter, the power of consistency, and I'll see you in the next module. So by now you've learned what it actually takes to build an unbreakable mindset. But the real challenge actually starts here, because now you got to sustain it. Because anyone can be locked in for a day, a week, or even a month. But real pro center backs or center backs on the next level, the only way you truly separate yourself is when you stay disciplined for 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, even years. That's how great careers are built. So how do you actually sustain it? And I want to break down in this kind of module the 3 keys of how are we actually sustaining this unbreakable mindset that we just built and that we just learned about. And the first key is identification. You got to see every failure that you experience, every setback, every mistake of like that is showing you something. It's like revealing the path to your next strength. So every failure, every mistake you do shows you what you can get better at. But most players never see that. They're too emotional, they're too reactive, they're too focused on what went wrong. Instead of the elite players, they pause, they reflect, and they basically identify the lesson that they can learn out of this mistake, out of this setback, out of this failure. Because once you know the why you failed, you also know exactly how you will prevent yourself from failing and how to win the next time. And that's how you really build a long-term mental toughness. And that's by consistently studying yourself like a project. Like, what can I better? What can I identify to do better? And here's the second part of identification, which is not to oversee. And that's you have to affirm your goals through your daily actions. And every day you wake up, you got to prove to yourself that your goals are real. You got to talk them out loud in front of you. Because through the way you move and train and eat and recover, that sacrifice, that is really what you have to you have to like sacrifice the comfort. Now I got it. You got to sacrifice the comfort for the progress. And this is through, as I said, the training, eating right, recovering right. Sacrifice comfort right now for progress, and later on, this is when you start rolling. This is when you start building the momentum. But I got to identify the tasks that you have to do. And here again, I come in as giving you your basically action plan, your script, your daily plan in order to go to the next level. And each discipline action at the end of the day, every lift, every meal, every early night builds your belief. It builds your belief, it builds your confidence and the presence of being that center back that you want to be, being that center back that starts, being that center back that goes to the next level. And that's how belief becomes your identity, through identification and identifying your mistakes, how you can do things better, and then also identifying the daily actions that you have to take. And the second part of sustaining the unbreakable mindset is action. So what do I mean by that? Action doesn't wait. Action doesn't care if you feel ready. Action doesn't care if you deserve it. The truth is, You don't have to deserve to succeed. You just have to earn it through absolute effort. No one gets greatness handed to them. The best of the game in any kind of sport, if it's, let's say, LeBron, they don't get just greatness. Nobody choose him to be great. Nobody choose LeBron to be great. No, he took it. He earned that greatness year after year, and he's still doing it. I think he put like $2 million a year he puts in his body because he's still earning that greatness each and every day. And you get that by doing the work every single day, especially when nobody's watching. Because the formula is simple. Apply the actions required. You stay consistent with those actions. Success becomes inevitable. And again, the amazing part is I give you the actions that you have to take daily. You just have to do the execution and staying consistent part with it, which I help you with your accountability as well. And that's at the end, not motivation. That's basically math. Like, it's math. If you put in the reps, you will get better. It's that simple. And if you train right, and if you fuel right, and if you recover right, your success as a center back isn't a possibility. I'm telling you, it's guaranteed. That scholarship that you want to increase, it's a guarantee if you put in the work. That's just how things work. How do you think did the players that earned this full right got there? Because of the work they put in. So if you match that amount of work or even exceed that amount of work, you will be in the same position as well. And the same goes if you want to go for the next level playing D1, or if you want to go for the next level playing pro, if you just want to start breaking into your high school team. All that requires the work, and as long as you do the work, your results will follow. There's no question about it. And the last key to sustaining this unbreakable mindset is execution. So this was just the first pillar of the whole thing. And execution is basically the bridge between your mindset and your results. Because you can have all the vision in the world, but if you don't execute on the plan that I will give you, it means absolutely nothing. And that's why mindset is the first pillar of the 5 pillars of becoming a complete center back. The first thing is mindset. It's understanding the execution part of it, understanding what has to go on in here. Then we have the systems which help us execute each and every day over and over and over again, and basically make it so easy once you start momentum to just go over again. And then we have nutrition, training, and recovery, which are the things that we are executing on. And this one is the foundation of everything. You will build everything from here on out. And without this, the other pillars will crumble. Like, without you having an unbreakable mindset, you are going to have the greatest information about nutrition, the greatest information about training, and the greatest information about recovery. But if you can't stay consistent with it and have the mindset to take up the daily action, you will never succeed. But when you master your mind, and when you build the systems that we're about to go over, and you stay consistent with your fueling, with your training, and with your recovery, this is when you unlock the full ability of the modern center back formula. And this is when you go to the next level. And that's what the entire course is about. It's building a version of yourself that can't be broken, because you have the tools, the system, and the mindset to keep going no matter what. And I will be all the way there for you to assist you to get you through this version of yourself. So here's my message to you as we close this chapter. Come back to this lesson as often as possible, to all of the mindset chapters, because your mind is the engine that drives everything else. And when you control your engine, you control your career, your body, and your life at the end of the day. And that's the power of an unbreakable mindset. And that's what it really means to be a modern center back that strives to go for the next level, and that's able to play at its full potential day in and day out. So we've made the commitment to level up now. So now we got no excuses anymore and no limits on ourselves, because this is the moment where you have to draw the line between the old version of you and the one that you're about to become, because you've built the foundation, the mindset that really separates the average players from the ones that rise above their level right now. And now it's time to apply it. And I'm so excited for you, because I'm
From here on, I'm going to show you the exact systems that took me from NAIA to D1 and turned me into the player I am today, striving to go pro after my final year of playing at the Division 1 level. And I will show you the nutrition habits that fueled my strength and recovery, and that pro center backs use each and every day to get the most out of themselves. The training principles that build that presence and that power on the field, and the mindset tools that make me reliable under pressure, no matter what moment, no matter what game. And those next chapters will show you exactly how to apply them, how to stay consistent, and how to structure your days, and how to live the identity of an unbreakable center back. Because this is the blueprint. And if you follow it, if you commit to it, if you execute on the things that I tell you to do, and you stay disciplined with it, your transformation is no longer a question of if you make it to the next level, if you go play at the college level, if you go play at the Division 1 level, if you might go play pro. It's only a matter of when, because you are from now on putting in the work that is required. So now let's get to work. I'll see you in the next module. I'm so excited for you. You're about to receive an insane amount of information and knowledge that I gathered throughout the years of my career, through trial and error, and I'm so excited to share it with you. Let's make the best out of it. I'll see you in the next module. What's up, guys? Welcome to chapter 2, systems, and it's all about the habits and the consistency to become the center back that you want to be. And the first and most important thing is you have to become the center back that you want to be. And that's what this chapter begins with a choice. Because no one is going to build the body, the mindset, or the presence that you need for you. It's not going to be your coach, not your teammates, not your trainer, not your parents. That responsibility is on you. Like the mentors, pros, and examples, they can inspire you. I can inspire you, but I can't do the work for you. I can lay out the plan for you, but I can't do the work for you. And this is what this chapter is about, to teach you the systems to do that work consistently. Because the real transformation, the one that really turns you into a dominant and reliable center back, starts inside of you. Every single choice you make throughout the day either moves you closer to the version of yourself that you want to be, or further away. The way you train, the way you eat, the way you recover, the way you show up when no one is watching. That's what really separates the consistent players and center backs from the one that fades away after one good season, that fades away after a couple good games and can't really stay consistent. But here's the truth. You already know what to do, because I'm going to lay that out to you, and I'm going to teach you everything you need to know and need to do. So you just need to start actually doing it and actually executing it. So here's the question I want you to ask yourself from now on. What would the center back that I want to be do right now? What would he do right now in this situation? What would he do? For what options would he opt? If you're about to be in a restaurant, let's say for a pre-game meal with your team, ask yourself, what would the center back do that I want to become right now in this moment? Would he choose the burgers and fries, or would he go with the rice and chicken bowl? He will go with the rice and chicken bowl, of course. And then you start choosing those options that this person would do, and you will become the person. Because you have to ask yourself, would he skip the extra recovery work or stay 5 minutes longer? He would stay 5 minutes longer. Would he go out late before training or get the 8 hours of sleeping? He would obviously get the 8 hours of sleeping. So you get the 8 hours of sleeping. Another question, would he go through the motions in the gym, or would he attack every rep with 100% intensity? You can answer that yourself. So the question is basically your compass. Anytime for myself, when I think about what should I do right now, I'm thinking about, if I would be a pro player right now, what would that pro player be doing? And then I do what that pro player would be doing. And it's helped me so much. Because if you follow it, every decision that you make builds these habits and systems that create basically the player that you want to become. Because this chapter isn't just about what to do. It's about how to live, like how to live the lifestyle of the center back that you want to become. So let's get right into it and start with the first module. Welcome to lesson 1, and it's all about starting your process as a center back. So what we have to understand is that success as a center back doesn't just start at kickoff. It starts the night before, because how you prepare will determine how you perform. Before you even step on the field, you've already built or broken your momentum. So every night we will set ourselves up to win the next day. We will prep our gear, lock in the meals, make sleep a non-negotiable, and I will go over the exact system with you later on, but I want you to understand the framework of it, because we want to show up prepared, not scrambling, not thinking about, okay, this happened, how can we fix that? No, we know exactly what we have to do and execute on today, and I will craft that individual plan with you together if you're in a mentorship. Because the center back who's ready to perform before everyone else, this is really the one that the coaches can rely on. They're going to choose for the whole season to start. And the next thing is the mornings. So we want to win our mornings. Your morning sets basically the tone for the entire day. So we hydrate early, we stretch, we eat clean, we do a quick mindset reset. Even something simple like journaling or visualizing the game, visualizing your career. Those are those small first wins that will stack up throughout the day, and stacking them early, that will really build the momentum that carries on into training, into your class, into your recovery. And that's how you start controlling your day instead of reacting to it and scrambling around. No, we take control right first thing in the morning. And now training. Training is your lab, basically. It's where you test, where you fail, where you refine. Every rep that you can do under fatigue is basically teaching you one thing: that growth lives in discomfort. You don't just survive training, you use it. You use it to teach yourself to stay composed when you're tired, to stay disciplined when you're frustrated, and to stay sharp when everyone else drops off. Every single training, we need to put in 100% of intent, 100% of intensity. Don't let yourself slack off in practice, because what you do in practice will directly translate into your performance in your games. And that's what really separates the players who are consistent from those who only perform when it's easy. The players that are consistent, they really take every practice 100% and doesn't take anything for granted. And here's the key to everything: your reliability equals trust. So if you show up reliable every day in practice, your coach knows that he can trust you throughout the season in the games. But if you sometimes scramble through practice and then you play your games all right, and then your coach won't trust you. You can't trust. If you can trust yourself to execute your process daily, no matter how you feel, your teammates and coaches will trust you in minute 90 in this 1v1 that matters the most. And you will see it. Once you start executing daily, your coaches and teammates, they will have a complete different picture of you, because they automatically associate you with this next level center back, that next level person that you want to become, that center back that's going to start each day and each game. And that's what being a modern center back is really about. It's you earn the trust by showing up prepared, consistent, and composed day after day. And your process, your daily actions are really what is your power to show that all off. And it starts tonight. It's not tomorrow. It starts tonight. It starts right now with this moment, with this program. We get you in this process. And that was lesson 1, starting the whole process, understanding the first frameworks behind it. And I'll see you in lesson 2. So lesson 2, and it's consistency builds trust. You got to think about consistency like your reputation, because as a center back, you don't build trust with words. You build them with action and repetition, with showing up, with doing the work every single day, even when no one is watching. Because when your coaches and teammates know exactly what version of you they'll get every single session, that's when you become the player they depend on. Not the guy that is great one day and off the next day, but the ones that are solid, sharp, and focused every single time they step on the pitch. And that's how you become the backbone of the team. That's how everyone associates you with this reliability and trusts you to step on the field each and every time and start every single game. And the next thing we got to understand is that the small habits stack. So, logging your lifts, eating right, doing your recovery work, they all seem small at first, but all of them together, they build your proof. They build the proof that you're reliable. They build the proof that you take things serious. They build that proof that earns respect of all your teammates, because your consistency doesn't shout, it shoots. Your actions speak loud. You ever heard that? Your actions speak louder than your words. And this is when you stack all those small wins together. And I can just like share a little experience of myself. Once I started this process and once I started following my daily routines and being consistent with day in and day out, people started associating me with eating clean, eating healthy, training hard. They started calling me, oh, big guy going to the gym. They saw me randomly just walking around and asked me, oh, you going to the gym? Or they saw me in the cafeteria having a pizza in their hands and ask you, oh, I'm sorry. I'm like, I don't care about you guys, but that was what happened and was crazy, because people start associating me with those traits of being a trustable, being the defender that starts, and there was no question about them of me being that starter. It was me or no one. And here's the truth you got to understand. The flashy games doesn't mean reliability. One big game doesn't make you elite. It's not one highlight that builds the trust of your teammates and coaches. What builds the trust is showing up steady, training after training, match after match, even when it's not exciting. There are days that I don't want to go, but I still do it. I still hold myself to the standard. And that's what separates a moment player from a player that plays good throughout a whole season and is leveling up over a whole season. Because from a center back perspective, this is what it really comes down to. Your dependability is what really makes you win. And when your teammates know that you're locked in behind them, they play with more confidence, they take more risks, and they trust the system. And this is when your team plays better, when you're on the field. And that's something your coach sees. And that's something that scouts see. That's something what other coaches see and want in their team. Because they know that if something breaks down, you've got it covered. You're the one that steps in, takes responsibility, takes leadership, and is able to basically track down the team out of the dirt. And that's the ultimate compliment for a center back. When everyone around you feels comfortable because you're there and you're the calm one, you're the reason why they feel confident. That's the best that can be. And this is not built on talent. This is really built on the consistency of putting in the daily work, day in, day out. And you got to ask yourself, if someone watched me train for a week, would they actually call you reliable? And if not, start stacking those habits today. Start making that answer yes. Think about it. If someone would follow you all day long, would they think you're a reliable center back? Would they think that you're the person that they can trust on the field? If your coach would follow you along, seeing the things that you do on the field, seeing the things that you think in your head, would he, like, be honest to yourself, would he put you on because you're reliable, you're the trustworthy center back? And if not, as I said, start acting on our plan that we craft together, and this will go, sky is the limit, my friends. Sky is the limit. And yeah, this is the second lesson, all about the why consistency is important. And I see you in the next one, where we go more over the day-to-day systems that we use in order to ensure to be able to daily execute with the least amount of friction possible. Welcome to the next module. This is the 5-4-5 method for center backs, and that's arguably the most important system that I used and still use every day to get everything done and basically ensure that I win each and every day. Because if you want to level up as a center back, you got to stop overcomplicating things. Success doesn't come from the random efforts. It comes from having a system that you can repeat each and every day. And that's exactly what the 5-for-5 method gives you, because it's a daily structure that keeps you focused on the right things. So it lets you know exactly what to do each day to move closer to becoming the center back and becoming the player that we want to be. So let's break it down. So first thing is that we set up 5 directional goals. Those are basically our targets that we want to hit within the next 3 to 6 months. And these are basically 5 key areas where we want to grow in. And they're not random dreams. We actually make them to daily actionable tasks. So let's say your goal is that you want to start. You want to break in the starting 11. Okay, why are you not starting? Are you too weak? Are you too quiet? Are you not fast enough? And now we're making actually goal-specific actual goals that will hit us those. So we lock in your sessions, hit your daily protein goal, review film 3 times a week, and lead in training with communication. So you see how I made, instead of I want to start, I basically put in daily actions that I can perform that make me become a starter. So if I lock in my strength sessions, I will get stronger. Therefore, I will be better in practice and then start. Or another thing, if I hit my daily protein goal, I will put on muscle that will put me in a better spot to start. If I review my film 3 times a week, I will learn out of my mistakes. Therefore, I will have a better chance to start. Like, those are actionable steps that get me to the overall goal I want to start. But we, instead of saying I want to start, we put it in those actionable goals. Another example would be I want more muscle. Okay, that's nice. But how can we put that in actionable goals? So make your actions clear. Hit 180 grams of protein a day. That's one goal. Lift 4 times a week. That's another goal. Progressive overload. Always get a little bit heavier in each lift, a little bit faster on each lift. So again, these are things or goals that we can hit on daily that will make us to the overarching reach goal. So always we want to break down our goals, and I will help you with that, breaking down your goals and setting up your process, setting up your 5-for-5 method if you're in the mentorship. But this is what I want you to understand, why we are doing it and why we're not just saying, oh, I want more muscle. Yeah, but what can we do? What are the actionable daily goals and daily tasks that we can put that into? Or maybe you want to focus more on recovery. You're getting injured a lot. Stretch 20 minutes, have a goal to stretch 20 minutes daily. Have a goal to sleep 8 hours. Have a goal to drink 4 liters or a gallon of water. And the takeaway here is pretty simple. Your goals aren't real until they backed basically by daily actions. And this is what this whole routine is about. And so the second step is having a 4-step morning routine that basically sets the tone for our day. Because your day starts before training ever does. A good morning routine will set your tone, will set your mindset, and will set your discipline for the day. And it's basically the difference between reacting to the day and attacking it. Instead of, oh, I don't have right now the right breakfast, and you react to it. No, you already know the night before, when we write down our 5-for-5, you already know your morning routine. You already know how you start the day. You already set yourself up to success in this day. So step 1 in the morning routine is wake up early. Reliability starts the moment that you get out of bed. Don't sleep in, stay on your phone. No, get up early, do one uncomfortable thing. So for me, it says, for example, the cold shower. I do a cold shower every morning. But you could also do some journaling, some stretching, anything that really teaches your brain to choose the hard option. Because if we start our day with something uncomfortable, with something hard, everything else that is uncomfortable, our brain is already basically like primed to do the uncomfortable, to succeed in the uncomfortable, to feel comfortable in the uncomfortable, let's say. Then next thing is step 3, fuel property.
have a whole food breakfast and hydration. Prime your body to perform. We have to fuel our body right away. Don't skip breakfast, have a whole food breakfast, and skip the energy drinks, and no skipping meals. And then last thing is step 4. Lock in your focus. Do something, I call it a non-squeeze exercise. Visualize your best self as a center back, or affirm your 5 goals. Go in the mirror, talk them out loud to you, and or review really what matters for the day ahead. So we already know what we set our mind to each and every day for this particular day in particular. So, and if you win your mornings, and that's one big thing that I learned, I started carrying out the momentum into training, into recovery, and everything else that follows. Because I started my day great, so I was ready to attack. I was like, what's next? What's next? Instead of getting all sleepy to practice and oh no, I don't really know. And that's the big takeaway. If you start your day right, if you win your morning, that basically sets you up for winning the day. So we will craft that together as well, making your morning routine, making something that works for you, for your personal situation. There's not one fits all solution for it, but it's all about getting yourself active, getting yourself in a state of action in your morning. And that's the second step of the 5-for-5 method. And the last step of the 5-for-5 method, and arguably the most important step, are our 5 daily tasks. And those 5 daily tasks are basically our actions that move the needle towards the person that we want to become. And this is where the 5 directional goals basically turn into execution. So every day you complete at least 5 tasks that directly push you towards your goal. So for example, having a gym session, and that comes from the goal building muscle. Conditioning drills, that comes from, for example, a goal to earn your starting spot. Stretch and hydrate, that comes from a goal that, for example, I want to recover faster. I want to be more sharp on the field. I feel a lot injured more recently. Film review of 10 minutes. That would be, for example, from a goal to sharpen our tactical IQ. We know that we have our weaknesses right now, finding the space. So our daily task that can basically put us closer to the goal, put us closer to the person that we want to, the center back that we want to be, is reviewing film every day 10 minutes. Or you want to build more leadership. You want to be somebody that potentially is going to be the captain next year. Speak up for this. Our needle moving task for today would speak up in training, coach people in training, be loud. And by the end of the day, if you have hit these 5 actionable tasks that bring you closer to your goal, you can go to bed knowing you've moved closer to your goals. You stack that one little win, you stack that 1% for that day. And no matter how small the steps were, as long as you have a win and you won the day, that's all that matters. That's all that matters, because that is going to bring us a little step closer to our goals. And at the end of the day, it's just about the amount of steps that we can take each and every day until we hit our goal. It's not about those big leaps. No, it's about the small steps every day. And this exact system helps you perform that every day. And it has done wonders for me. The amount of work I've been able to do over an extended period of time, and the amount of progress I've done over an extended period of time using this, having every day those 5 actionable tasks towards my goals, and having the morning routine to basically set up my days for success. That's basically what made me go from NAIA to D1. This simple system, and then plugging in my goals and plugging in my daily actionable tasks that I wanted to improve on, that got me to D1. Because the 5-for-5 method is basically your daily structure. It's really what keeps you disciplined when your motivation fades, because you know exactly what you have to do, and it turns your goals into actionable daily tasks and into actionable daily habits that you perform day in and day out. Because the modern center back isn't built by random effort. Some workouts here, some workouts there. There I'm going to eat a healthy meal, then I'm going to eat fast food. No, he's built through a reliable system and a structure. And this is the 5-for-5 method. And that was it for it. I will craft that together with you as we go on through the mentorship. So don't worry about that. But yeah, this is basically how I set up all my days, and it has done wonders for me. All right, I'll see you in the next lesson. So the next topic we go over is the mental framework that I use and I learned to basically encounter any kind of setbacks, or when something goes wrong, I always fall back to that framework, and it helped me absolute transform the way I reset, I rewire my brain, and I stay on track no matter what happens. And it's the me now script formula. And every center back does mistakes, a bad touch, a misplaced pass, a missed header. The reality of soccer and life is that those are happening. But the difference between an average center back and an elite one is not like, it's not how much mistakes you make. It's more about who makes the fewer mistake. It's who recovers faster, who can reset their mind faster. And this is what a lot of coaches and scouts actually pay attention to. What do you do after your mistake? They don't care about the mistake itself. They care about how do you reset to the mistake. How do you reset when you're under pressure? Because your ability to reset and stay composed under this pressure after you do a mistake, that's really what defines reliability and quality as a center back. And that's exactly what the Me Now script formula gives you. It's a simple system to stay present, composed, and super intentional no matter what happens in a game or even in life. I use it for the games and for life. So let's break that down into its own components. So first, we got the me. The me is basically focus only on the controllables. The first rule of elite defenders is that you can't control the ref, you can't control the weather, you can't control if your teammates give the ball away. The only thing you can control is you, yourself. What can I do right now? But you can always control my positioning. I can always control my position. I can always control my effort. I can always control my communication. You remember, you see how I can always control what I can do, not what others can do. So we focus on the controllables that we have. And that's where the power is. Because when the game feels chaotic, you got to come back to those three controllables: the positioning, the effort, and your communication. So stay compact, be ready, have your angles right, read the next play. This is what you can control. Your effort, you can control your effort. You can control how fast you sprint back on a counterattack. You can control that you can do the dirty work, go in the extra step, make the tackle. Or for communication, as being a leader is super important for us center backs. We can't control how our team communicates with us. We can't control how the coach screams to our team, but you can control how you lead the back line, how you give clear communication, how you are loud, how you voice yourself, organizing the team on a set piece. And when you lock in what you can control, you stop being reactive to other things and you start being reliable to your own controllables and your own actions. And that's what coaches notice. Coaches notice that you're just concentrated on yourself. You're just concentrated on whatever you can do, because the other things you don't have control of. You can't change them. That's the first big pillar of it. So realizing and having the consciousness of, okay, the only thing that I can control right now in the position, even if I do a mistake or nothing, is me, myself, what I can do. The next thing is the now. So the now is basically that you reset immediately. Right now, you reset right now, because mistakes will happen. Mistakes are guaranteed, but your response to it, this is optional. So every time you make a mistake, you have basically 90 seconds, sometimes even less, to reset. That's the rule, around 90 seconds. Because one mistake doesn't lose you a game. But letting it snowball into 2 or 3 or 4 mistakes because you're still stuck in that one mistake you made 5 minutes ago,
That's what really makes you lose a game. So here's the reset formula that you can use in real time. It's what I do is I breathe, take 3 deep breaths, I slow down my nerves, be like, might seem a little stupid right now. And then I have a cue word. For me, it's now, right now. What can I do right now? What can I do right now? Because you need to have something short that really snaps you back in the present moment. And as soon as I say now, I know the action 15 seconds ago doesn't matter. Whatever happens in a minute doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is right now, what I can control right now. See how it builds up on each other? What I myself can control right now in this moment. Nothing else matters but this moment. And then the third one is immediate action. So do the simple small things and the positive thing right away, right now in this moment. Win the next duel, play the next clean pass, lock in your positioning right now. Pay attention to what you can do right now in this moment. Pay attention to the game right now. Don't think about, like, don't be in the moment and think about the action a minute ago. Don't be in the moment and think about, oh, we just have 5 minutes to go. No, right now, what can you do right now? And don't react emotionally, respond intentionally. Have the most intention in the current moment. So those are the first two things. What I can do right now. And now we go into the last thing, and that's the script. So what I mean by the script is you fall back to your rhythm plan. You fall back to the tasks that get you back into the rhythm of your play. And this is when the pressure hits and the emotion spikes. That's why every center back basically needs this script, like your reset rhythm plan. And that what really brings you back into your flow when the chaos hits. Because once you're in your flow, you might have already like realize that you're in the flow. You're not really thinking about it. You're just going bots, and you're just flying through a game. But as soon as you get away from the flow and you start thinking about the mistake you did or whatever action, and you get scared of, oh, we have to defend those 5 minutes, and you snap out of this flow state of concentrating of the right now, this is when when problems occur and mistakes happen. So the script of the Me Now script part is how we get ourselves back into this flow while we are in the chaos of doing a mistake or having a lot of actions against us that we have to defend. And on the field, that script could look like something for me. For example, when I miss a pass, I'm telling myself, complete the next 5 passes in a row. And as soon, make them simple. Focus on a clean first touch. Next arrow duel, dominate it. Be loud. Be aggressive. Or like reset your defensive line and refocus on your communication. So one thing of my script is, for example, be like when I catch myself getting out of focus and thinking too much about the game itself instead of the action right now, I'm like, communicate. Hey, the script is communication. Let my teammates know I'm there. Or as I said, when I do a bad pass, I concentrate on intentionally on completing the next 5 passes more simply. So I get back my confidence, I get back in the rhythm, I get back in the flow state. So after I connected those 5 passes, I can take the first touch and play the breaking line pass, the good pass again, because I'm not thinking about making a mistake anymore because I'm back in my flow. But in order to get back in the flow, we need the script. And let's say off field, because I said this framework also works the same if something happens off field. Like, oh, let's say your meal prep, you forgot your meal prep. You forgot your meal prep, you had everything locked in, but then you forgot your meal prep. Okay. Let's go in the off-field example. What can we do? The only thing I can control is me right now. So what I do right now is what I can control. In terms of a meal prep that I forgot, is off field would be, for example, I still stick to my routine to train and fuel and recover. So what do? Instead of being like, oh, I forgot it, everything is bad now I'm just gonna get some takeout fast food. No, I look around on my phone. I'm like, okay, well, I might forgot my meal prep, but what
kind of food option is around here that can basically replace my meal prep as close possible as my meal prep macros and calories and vitamins and all that go, what we go into later. And then from there on, my script is basically, okay, I replace my meal with a takeout option, so that will be an example for an off feel, because when life gets chaotic, you have to fall back to your script. So in our script in our life is obviously the 5-for-5 method, having our 5 daily tasks. So let's say we overslept. Weren't real and had to go to practice, weren't really able to get our morning routine in. Me now script. What's the thing? What are the things? Only because we missed our morning routine doesn't mean we have to miss the whole day. So me right now, I'm like, okay, the only thing I can control is right now. I can't control anymore. The only thing I can control is me, what I can do for it. The only moment I can control is right now. It doesn't matter that I missed my morning routine those 30 minutes ago. And now the script is, okay, I still have my 5 daily actionable tasks. Okay, let's jump right into them. Let's hit my lift, let's say, or let's be 100% intentional with communication and practice. So you see how I kind of adapt throughout my script and realize that the only thing I can do is right now be in the present moment. And this is the method that really builds trust with yourself and your team, because when everything around you goes wrong, and it will happen that things don't go as planned, it will happen that things go not as planned as we did in our nightly routine when we plan our days ahead, but you will look calm and you will be composed. And that's when people realize you're built different, you're someone else, you still stick to your routines even when things don't fall in your place. And that's why the Me Now script formula is really for, and this is why it's has done wonders for me, just realizing that I focus and have intent to the right things. And it basically keeps you in the present moment. It keeps you reliable in the present moment. And it makes sure that you will never lose control on or off the field. Like nothing can really take me so far off my plan that I'm not executing off my plan at all. I will still have some kinds of win because I'm always able to reset so quickly using this formula and framework. And because the modern game of center backs is really about who can reset the fastest, who can set their tone after they step out of their line the fastest. And this is what every coach wants from a center back. And this is really what makes the difference between being an average center back that sometimes performs good, sometimes doesn't perform good, than an elite center back that might do a mistake. Everyone does a mistake, but is able to jump right into it. And this framework absolutely done wonders for me. And if you're in a mentorship, we will also adapt that framework into your life. We will talk about experience you have. You will talk about experience, how you could have handled it better using the framework. You will implement the framework, and then we will talk about how it helped you, what are things we can adapt. But that's also something that I will obviously help you with if you're in the mentorship. But for you to know already, have this framework, start implementing this framework in the daily life. When things go wrong, apply it, and then we will go over the feedback together in the mentorship or just for yourself. That was it for this lesson. I'ma see you in the next module. You've made it through module 2, and now the next 3 to 6 months, we see how much you can level up as a center back. Because from this point on, it's not about learning more. It's about living it. It's about applying what you've learned, turning this knowledge into your new identity. Because here's the truth. Your mindset is the cornerstone of your success. And it's basically the foundation of everything. Your mindset is really what decides how consistent you will stay, how disciplined you are, and how far you can push yourself when it matters the most. Because when your motivation fades, and I'm telling you, it will, When you don't feel like training, when you're tired of your meal prep, when your recovery feels boring, your mindset is what really keeps you steady in combination with your habits and systems. And it's really what keeps you showing up when others would quit. And that's what makes the difference that's when you really level up. That's the difference. And even if you're failing slightly off track, and that's part of the process. We all do mistakes. Your mindset is what pulls you back immediately, pulls you back to the script, pulls you back to the plan that we craft together. And your habits are the things that carry you forward each and every day. And that's the beauty of the system that we are building together, that you don't rely on your motivation anymore. You rely on the structure that I will give you, and you just have to execute on it. And the structure you and me are creating together through your mindset, through your discipline, through your systems that we build together, that's what's gonna get you through the roof. And this is what really separates a good player from a great one. Anyone can have one great game, but the reliable center back that every coach wants in their team, the one that resets fast, sticks to his routines, and executes on a daily basis, that's the one everyone trusts, your teammates, your coaches, and that's the one that really become irreplaceable and become the starter, no question asked. And that's what really is going to make you undeniable for coaches that want to recruit you to go to the next level. And your mindset and your habits together are the ultimate combo. They determine whether you stay average or you are going to become the player that everyone depends on, everyone wants to have in the team. So as you head into the next phase, remember this: your transformation is not luck, it's not talent, it's all about the consistency powered by your mindset. Every rep, every meal, every recovery session that you will about to learn about, they all count, because the modern center back isn't built overnight. It's nothing that you do 2 weeks and then you're a different player. This is what is built daily through habits, fueled by an unbreakable mindset, week after week, month after month. And that's what you've been training for. And now it's time to live it. Now it's time to live the dream. Now it's time to level up and apply the knowledge that I'm about to teach you each and every day. And this is really what's going to get you to the next level, and it's going to make you able to perform at your maximum potential each and every day, and basically higher your ceiling every week, week after week after week. And I'm super excited to be part of this journey, part of your development. And I'll see you in the next module, which is, I believe, the nutrition module. Welcome, guys, to the nutrition one-on-one module. So in this first part, I'm going to go over why does your nutrition actually matter as a center back. And you got to think of your body like a performance car. So as a center back, we're expected to hit top speed, stay locked in for the whole 90 minutes, and make split-second decisions under pressure. But if you put cheap fuel in a Ferrari, for example, it will still run, but definitely not the way it's supposed to, because it will lose its power, it will overheat, and eventually it will break down early. So the same basically goes for your body, because what you eat is the fuel that determines how you perform on the field. And then you might ask yourself, okay, what are the foods that you want to eat? And what you want to eat is whole foods, because whole foods equal basically the clean fuel for your dominance on the field. And whole foods are foods like meat, rice, potatoes, fruit, vegetables, eggs. Those are all really easily to digest foods for your body. And your body can use that energy a lot more quicker and cleaner when it matters the most. So when you're closing down a striker, when you're winning an aerial duel, or you're sprinting to recovery, your body is able to use the energy you gave it. Because when you eat clean fuel, your energy feels a lot more steady and powerful. In hindsight, if you eat junk food, you feel a lot more slow and tired, and halfway through practice, you don't really have the energy. You might have experienced that already. So the next point I want to come to is that it supports your recovery. So what do I mean by that? When you train, your body gets broken down, but
the thing that actually builds up your body again is your nutrition, is the way you fuel after training. And the reason for that is that the proteins we eat, they repair your muscles, so you come back stronger the next day, and you can actually give the body a building stone for building muscle. Next up is your carbs that you eat. So the rice, the potatoes, the fruits, they actually refill your glycogen stores, so you don't feel that and your legs don't feel that the next day, because you basically refueled new fuel in your tanks. And lastly is your micronutrients. And this is why it's super important to eat whole foods, because there we get all the vitamins and micronutrients. I go over this in a little bit deeper later on. But what it basically does, it reduces the stress and inflammation on your body. So that means you are less sore, you recover faster, and at the end of the day, is if you eat cleaner, you can just, the time in between you being rested again and you training again, it gets taken down so much. So you're way quicker to train hard again. And another thing that is really, really helped me and had a big impact on me is it boosts your sharpness during training. So I had always big issues with losing my concentration, not being 100% sharp, especially in training and at the end of games. So what a clean diet does, and whole foods in particular, whole foods, they stabilize your blood sugar, which stabilizes your focus. And for center back, that means no more mental dips, no more switching off, no more ball watching in the box, because when your brain is fueled properly, your reactions are way sharper and your decisions are way cleaner and quicker. So now I want to talk a little bit about processed foods. We will go in all that more detail later on in the different nutrition modules, but to just give you an overview, what happens when you eat processed foods. So processed foods meaning fried meals, sugary snacks, seed oils, they all create inflammation, so stress on your body. And it's basically like trying to play with like an extra weight vest on, because your body has to fight off the damage before it can even perform. So it has to fight off the damage you do with eating high inflammation foods before it can put its energy 100% to you performing well on the field. And that's basically why your energy crashes, why your muscle feel tight, and while your focus drops right into practice, because your body is doing something else than it's supposed to with the energy you give it. So, and this stolen energy concept is basically when your gut is battling the junk food, your energy isn't going to your legs or your brain, it's being wasted on your digestion, because your body is fighting up all that bad stuff you put in your body. And instead of using the energy for your legs to run more, for your brain to make quicker decisions, it's using it to digest the food. And that at the end has a negative impact, obviously, on your performance. So your big takeaway here should be that basically every meal for you is a choice, because it either fuels your dominance or it steals from your performance. And you gotta understand, the best center backs in the world, they don't just guess with their nutrition what they're gonna eat today or tomorrow. What they do is they treat food like fuel. So they eat for their recovery, they eat for their focus, and they eat for basically being reliable for 90 minutes. Welcome to part 2 of the Nutrition 101. And right now I'm going to talk about the principle of calories and nutrients. And I remember myself, everyone was always talking about calories in, calories out, this many calories you have to eat, or the macros, you have to eat that much protein, that much carbs. And I didn't even know what protein, what carbs are. Micronutrients, you have to watch out for those micronutrients. What is that? So what I did is I broke down everything you need to know about those topics in order to fuel your maximum performance. And when we start with calories, you got to think about calories like your fuel tank. So think about it that calories is like gas in your car. So if you eat more than you burn, you will gain weight. So let's make an example of it. Let's say I burn 2,700 calories a day and I eat 2,900 calories for 2 weeks, my scale will creep up about 1 or 2 pounds and I basically feel stronger in my lifts because I have more energy. And the same goes for the opposite. If I eat less than I burn, I will lose weight. So if I burn 2,700 calories and I just eat 2,400, I will probably drop around 0.5 pounds per week and feel a little bit lighter on my sprints, but my strength also will possibly decrease a little bit. But the bottom line that you need to know about calories is weight basically follows your energy balance. It's no magic formula, it's just basically simple math. So it's in versus out. If your calories in are more than you burn, you gain weight. If they're less, you will lose weight. So that's all you need to know for calories. But for my mentorship students, I completely do your meal plan so you don't even have to worry about it. But I want you to understand that what does it do to eat more? What does it do to eat less? Because for calories, it's a complete math game. But it's how we combine these three. So next up, we actually got the macronutrients. So what are macronutrients? Macronutrients, you got to think about them like your performance tools. So, and I will break down all those macronutrients for you in an easy to digest way. So you got to think about first is protein. Protein is there to repair and build. So think about protein like your body's repair crew. So their job is to fix your muscle after training and build your strength back up. So for an example is if you eat more protein, you gotta be sturdy in the duels, you gotta be better in holding off strikers, and you gotta be quicker for recovery between your matches because you give your repair crew more energy. So a simple target for you to aim to have the maximum amount of performance for your repair crew is about 0.7 to 1 gram per pound of body weight, but that will basically adjust to your plan based on your goals, which I will do for you. But just for you to understand, why are we eating protein? Then now carbs. Why are we eating carbs? Carbs are basically your match day gas. It's what fuels your performance, what the body takes the main energy from. And their job is to give you energy for like your high speed runs, for your repeated sprints, and keep you running for basically 90 minutes. And an example for that would be if you have enough carbs, your legs are still there in minute 85 and you're not fading at halftime and getting cramps. It's all about how much carbs you eat before a game, how you structure those carbs. This is what we will go over later on as well. So how do we structure them? How much are we actually eating of them in different situations? But a little timing tip for me is put more carbs for your pre-training or match and for post to refill. So before training, we want to eat a little bit more carbs so we give our body the fuel for training. And obviously in training, we deplete all that fuel. So after training, we want to fill it up again to boost recovery and boost our performance the next day and be able to go the next day again because we obviously refueled our tanks. And lastly is fats. So what are fats good about? Fats are basically for your hormones and your brain. So think about fats like they keep the control center up here stable and in your body. And their job is to support your hormones, focus, and give you basically steady energy. So if you sometimes feel like all the way tired, you're like, oh, I eat my carbs, I eat my protein, you might not eat enough fats and your hormones are playing you a little strike and telling you, oh, you need to look out for your healthy fats. So a little example for that would be, for example, as I said, if you have too little fat, your mood might dip, your decision making might be slower under pressure, you might feel a little bit just more sluggish during the day and have like a kind of like a mop in front of your face. But to fix that, you got to think about it.
okay, what are quality fat sources that I can incorporate every day and that I can look for every day? So some of those are olive oil, nuts, eggs, especially the egg yolk of the eggs, or fatty fish, for example. Those are things that are going to give you those healthy fats that you look out for. So if you have those integrated every day in your diet, you're good, which also I'm taking care of. But you got to understand, why are we eating those foods? That's super important. It's not just follow the plan. I want you, after this mentorship, to be in a position where you can fuel yourself properly. And therefore you have to understand, why are we doing certain things? And then lastly, it's your micronutrients. So your micronutrients are basically your sharpness. How sharp are you? How sharp is your brain working? Because your micronutrients are vitamins and minerals, and those are like basically the small hinges that swing the big doors. So what do I mean by that? If you have a good intake of micronutrients that you get mostly from whole foods, like in the previous, everything builds on up each other. You have steady energy, you have a lot fewer cramps, and your sleep gets better, so your recovery gets faster. If you have a poor micronutrient intake, so you don't eat quality foods, you will have heavy legs, you're sore longer, you have brain fog, and you probably make a lot of mistakes later on in the game because your body just can't sustain the healthy energy for that long, because you don't give it enough vitamins and minerals and nutrients to fuel you for that. So easy wins in order to get all your micronutrients in. Again, I will take care of this in your nutrition plan, but you got to understand, why are we eating certain foods? So 2-3 pieces of fruit a day, a big salad and veggies daily, add some color to every plate. So which is higher in micronutrients is the fruits, is the veggies. And one more thing is hydrate. Hydrate with electrolytes when needed. So having a little body armor or liquid IV, something like this, to hydrate and give your body everything it needs. And so to put everything basically together now is for increasing your muscle and increasing your strength. If this is our goal right now, we need bigger protein portions and enough carbs to fuel the lifts, have fats moderate, and always veggies on the side with fruit for those micronutrients to basically keep the control center intact. And on game day fuel, we want to have carbs lead the pack, basically, because we need a lot of fuel, which means rice, pasta, potatoes, fruit. We will go over the Matchday Fueling in the modules later, but I want you to like basically connect those right now already, could start connecting the dots. And then we add lean protein and light fats. So those are easy to digest, so we don't have a lot of digestion going on match days. And then lastly, our big takeaway for here is, if there's anything you like, if you forget a lot of it, that's basically all you need to know about your about those three things. It's calories will decide your size and weight class. So basically, can you hold your ground? Macros will decide how you perform while eating calories, because you can basically eat calories from burgers, fries, or you can eat calories from potatoes, steak, and fish. Right? So the macros will be different from burgers and fries to steak and fish. So this is why the macros decide how you perform. So how you fuel, how strong you are, if you have the endurance for 90 minutes. And then lastly, your micros will determine how you feel while doing it. So how sharp you are, how focused you are, how recovered you are. So let's say you have to eat 3,000 calories and 180 grams of protein. You could theoretically get that through burgers and fries, but those burgers and fries won't have the vitamins and minerals and micronutrients you need. So you might be able to perform good, like from like a how looking standpoint, and you have enough carbs, and you might have enough calories to hold your ground and not lose any weight. However, you will feel absolute shit while doing it because you don't have any micronutrients. So that's where whole foods comes in place again. So that's basically it for this module. Go over it again if you don't understand it, but that's all you need to know. And anything else of those fancy explanations, we don't need as Centerbics. We just need to perform. And as I said, I will do your plans or your nutrition plan, so you will be good for when I do your plan. You have all this incorporated there. But it's really important to understand why we're eating certain stuff, why we're doing certain stuff, so you can get self-sufficient. And once you get to the next level, you can always also do it for yourself. Welcome to part 3 of the nutrition module. This kind of goes hand in hand with the last module because it's about how to calculate your calories and know how many calories you have to eat on a daily basis. And step 1 for this is determining the basal metabolic rate. And what does that mean? That's basically the calories that your body burn with doing nothing. And an easy shortcut I use is take your body weight in pounds and multiply it by 10. So for example, if you're a center back 180 pounds, you multiply that by 10, you got 1,800 calories as your base target line. And that's important note, your starting point to determine your calories. It's not your final target. And then step 2, we add in our activity. So however active we are at the day. And now I scale for how hard a day is. And the way I do it is on light training days, or when you have like no training and it's more of a recovery, you times that by 1.2. So coming back to example, it would be, for example, 1,800 times 1.2 would be 2,160 calories that you need to eat in order to maintain your weight. And then when you have a moderate session, you go for times 1.5, and a really intense session or even 2 sessions or heavy lift plus a session, you go times 1.7. And that's basically your maintenance for the day. So that means maintenance means you don't gain weight, you don't lose weight. If you eat that calculated amount of calories, you will just stay the same. So now in step 3, we need to adjust for our goal. So obviously, we always have to nudge the calories based on what we want in our current situation. Let's say we want to gain strength and gain size. That means that we need to eat in a surplus, as I said, since it's a simple game of math. So now we would need to add around 300 to 500 calories on top of our maintenance in order to gain weight every day. So that would basically end up in more muscle for duels, for results, getting stronger in the gym. So now, if our goal is to maintain our calories, then we basically stay the same. We stay at maintenance, we stay at whatever number we calculated from the body weight times 10 times our activity level for the day. And if we want to get a little bit leaner, a little bit lighter on our feet, feel a little bit faster, then we basically go into a deficit of 300 to 500 calories. So we take whatever maintenance we calculated, an average, and then we take the deficit and take off 300 to 500 calories to get our calories that we want to eat in order to achieve the goal of getting a little bit leaner, losing a little bit of mass. So, but like kind of the guidelines that I go with is, so you don't overdo it or you don't underdo it, is you always basically look for the averages after 14 days. So if your body weight doesn't change for 10 to 14 days, you adjust those calories. So you go basically plus 150 to 200 calories or minus 150 to 200 calories, depending on if you want to gain weight or lose weight, obviously. And never, one really important thing is when putting on size, but also cutting, look for this 300 to 500 calorie range of either increasing or decreasing your maintenance calories in order to gain or lose weight. Because when you lose weight, you want to eat enough to not absolutely crush your energy, but you still want to eat less to like burn a good amount. The same goes when you go up and want to gain size. We want to eat 300 to 500 because we don't want to gain too much excess fat, because your body can just basically build that much muscle. Like anything after a certain amount of calories you eat over, your body doesn't build more muscle or more mass. It just builds more fat and stores more fat reserves, which is not beneficial for us at all. So we always want to stay in this kind of in this kind of range. But again, for the guys in the mentorship, I completely take care of your caloric intake and how much you have to eat in order to achieve your goals. But it's still important to understand how those numbers are calculated. How do we do it, or how do I do it, in order for you to be self-sufficient at one point as well. And yeah, for the guys that are not in the one-on-one mentorship, this is how you do it to basically adjust your daily calorie intake towards your goals. All right, so part 4 of the nutrition module is about hydration, the forgotten fuel. And why does that matter? Why does hydration matter? Everyone always says, oh, hydrate, but why actually? So you have to understand that our muscles and brain are 70% out of water. 70%. Imagine that. 70%. So if you are low in your water intake and your hydration, basically nothing is working, because so much of our system is out of water. So that means that even at 2% of dehydration can dramatically slower your reaction time, lower your energy, and make you have a way poorer focus. And on the flip side, hydration is absolutely a free performance tool, and there's no talent required for it. You just have to drink. You just have to drink to get yourself ahead, because there's so many athletes that don't hydrate enough and therefore never play on their full potential. So to go to your full potential, the only thing you have to do in terms of hydration is drink more. And it will make a massive impact if you're someone that doesn't drink enough right now. And the things you might identify that you have problems with hydration is you feel those kind of patterns happen on the field, which is like, if you're dehydrated, you're a lot of the times half a step too late. You're half a step late for a tackle, you foul a lot, or you don't really get up to those headers because your timing is off. And one other big indicator is that from like the 70th to 90th minutes, you start getting tired legs, you start getting cramps, you lose your 1v1s that you usually would win in like the first half, and your recovery basically tanks. Like after game, you have way sore legs, your cramps show up way faster. Those are always big signs for you being dehydrated and need to do something about it. And the best strategies that I found out, how I go about hydration, and especially when I'm dehydrated, is I try to sip all day. I don't just like chug half a gallon of water before practice. No, like I sip over my bottle every day. I just always have a water bottle with me. And one super important thing about it as well that is super overlooked is electrolytes. One thing is hydration, but the other thing is when we sweat, we lose a lot of electrolytes. So sodium, potassium, and magnesium. When, as I said, when we sweat a lot, when we train in heat, when we have 2 sessions a day, we need to make sure that we replenish our hydration, but also the electrolytes that we lose with sweating those out. So electrolyte drinks like Liquid IV, Body Armor, the electrolyte version of it is really beneficial for you during those hard training days or even during hard practices. And for you, the big takeaway here for hydration is basically have a baseline of a gallon, which is like 3 to 4 liters of water each day, and you will kind of be fine. You don't have to worry about it. So if you're already doing it, perfect. Keep doing it. It's super important. And then for every hard session you have that day, add 1 extra bottle. So let's say you normally drink 3 to 4 liters, so about a gallon a day, and then you have a super tough training session this day, add another liter. So add another like Gatorade bottle. I have one of those Gatorade bottles you probably all know. add another of those bottles on top of your normal hydration, and you will be just fine for recovering fast, for being sharp on the field. And you got to think, that's my last thing I want to give on your way. You got to think of hydration as basically your defensive insurance. Like, it's sharp reactions, it's fresh legs, and it's like those clutch decisions and pressure moments that you will be able to handle if you're hydrated well. And you won't be able to handle really well if you're not hydrated, especially late on the game when it really matters. You made it to module 5, and we've covered a lot of the basics. We covered a lot of things that you should do and what you should watch out for. But now I want to talk more about what you should not do that much. And this comes to foods to avoid and why to avoid them. So the first thing I have here are seed oils. I mean, there's always this big thing about, oh, should you eat seed oils? Should you not eat seed oils? I'm not telling you to 100% cut off seed oils out of your diet. It's just good to eliminate them when you can and when you have other options and better options. And why is that? Why should you avoid them? It's the reason for it is that seed oils have a lot of omega-6. And you might ask yourself, Jakob, I don't really need to know about omega-6. No, you don't. But the problem is omega-6 is the main reason for more inflammation, which means slower recovery in your body, that is going to keep you from getting back to your full potential as soon as possible after a hard training session, after a game, etc. And you might ask yourself, well, I'm never going to drink just seed oil. Like, where is those seed oil in? And like the foods where they kind of like hide a little bit are most of the fast food fryers, the chips, the cookies, packaged snacks, and even most of the bottled dressings have a lot of seed oils in them. So, for example, how you can maybe identify that you might eat more seed oils than you should is that after a big training block, you have a lot of oily snacks, a lot of snacks that include seed oils, like those chips and cookies and stuff, because you think, oh, I can allow them to myself. I worked really hard for it, which, yes, you did work hard, but how do you feel the next day? You probably feel a lot more sore. The next day feels kind of flat. And the reason for that is you're not proper nutrition. So simple swaps that you can make is basically, instead of like those dressings, for example, use some olive oil with lemon. Tastes really good, has the same effect, but has healthy fats and won't make you way sorer than you should be. And but my biggest thing is the cooking. So when you cook, or your parents cook for you, or you cook for yourself, try to opt for cooking oils like olive oil, avocado oil, or butter, or even like ghee or tallow, which is a little bit unusual, but I'm just throwing it in there. That's only if you do those easy swaps, that will already make a major difference. So, as I said, I don't want you to be scared of seed oils and be like, oh, there's seed oil. No, not at all. You will eat seed oils, but if you have the option to do something else, to do something better, do so. And one of those things is, for example, the cooking fats that I just mentioned. And second thing is our good old friend, the fried foods. So why should we avoid fried food? Why should we not eat Raisin Canes every day? I mean, it tastes amazing, right? But the reason for that is that those kind of fast foods, really oily foods, are really, really hard to digest. And this is because the blood flow to our gut, not our legs. So what does that mean? You will feel a lot more heavy, a lot more sluggish, because your blood will, and energy, your body will use it towards digesting this really high fatty foods, instead of giving it to your legs, giving it to your brain to perform better, run better, which makes you at the end, as I said, feel more heavy and sluggish. So the common foods like that on the road are unfortunately the fries, the nuggets, the pizza, the gas station snacks. So an example would be, if you're a center back and for pregame you have burger and fries, your first step might be a lot slower than it should be, and you will be late to that near post run when the striker comes in and you got to cover him. You might be 1 or 2 seconds late because your body is using the energy it would normally use for the full sprint to still digest this food. So simple swaps for that is when you're in a restaurant, opt for the grilled chicken instead of the fried chicken, especially before match days. Instead of fries, which at the end of the day are potatoes, opt for normal potatoes. Opt for some rice instead of the fried potatoes slash fries. And instead of like some pastries from Walmart or from your gas station, opt for some fruit, opt for some yogurt. Those are all things that are going to make it a lot easier for your body to digest and perform on a day-to-day basis. So then, next point, our lovely sugary snacks and sodas. I know sodas is a really big one, especially for us soccer players. Like, I love my sodas as well, but there are some things that we have to watch out for and know about them in order to reach our maximum potential. Because why should we avoid those sugary snacks and sodas? Because the problem with those are that they give us such a quick spike of blood sugar, which sometimes, like, after you drink a soda, you're like, whoosh, all energized. But the problem is, as soon as this spike crashes, that's when you have those big crash, you start feeling tired, you start feeling unfocused, and that at the end leads on the field to poor decision making, wrong passes. And an example of that would be, for example, like some candy, donuts, sodas that are high in sugar, called sports drinks. No. If they're high in sugar, if they have a lot of sugar, they're not sports drinks. They're not. By all means, they're not. And simple swaps for like those snacks. Yeah, I have a sweet tooth too, but up for the fruit. Fruit is so good. Fruit is literally so good. Does the complete opposite. Keeps your blood sugar levels on a good thing, which keeps you focused for a longer time. And try to opt for the low sugar sports drinks or electrolyte drinks, and have a trial mix instead of a bar of chocolate, especially around practice and after practice, when nutrition for recovery and performance is really, really, really crucial for you. And then another thing is what you hear all the time on social media is those ultra processed foods. Why should we avoid those? And the problem is, it's this long ingredient list of so many preservatives and additives and chemicals. And that means at the end of the day that there are basically no normal nutrients in there that help your recovery and sharpness, like we covered in, I think it was module 2, where we were talking about micronutrients, minerals, vitamins that keep us sharp, keep our system intact. And if we have those high processed foods, which have none of those nutrients, it doesn't help us to our sharpness. We are slower, we get more sluggish, and our recovery just is not at the same rate of speed that it's supposed to be. And examples for that kind of foods are like the instant noodles, frozen pizzas, chips, packaged cereal. Kind of try to stay away from that, like, for the most point, and more opt for like the whole foods. So like a simple swap would be just whole foods, rice, chicken, veggies, maybe some oats with Greek yogurt instead of the cereal. That will go a long, long way. And my last point is low quality water. So you might ask, what's low quality water? It's like the water from the taps, water out of like sources where you're not sure, should I drink it right now? And the reason for that is that most of the time it tastes pretty bad. So what does it do? You might be more discouraged to drink, which leads to worse hydration, which at the end of the day, we covered that in the lesson before. You know what happens when you're dehydrated, your performance goes like, so we don't want that. And it just slows down your hydration habits. So look that you get quality forms of hydration, so you incentivize yourself of hydrating all the time. And if you don't like the taste of something, you're probably going to drink less, and that's going to lead to cramps, brain fog in the game, bad decision making late in the game, and we do not want that. So a simple swap would be just use the filtered water or like a trusted water bottle and add some electrolytes. Maybe get an electrolyte drink instead of like waters where you're like, oh, I don't know, I don't really want to drink that. I wouldn't want to drink that either, but we have to drink. So this is one of the things I try to avoid as well. Because one thing we have to understand, what all those foods have in common is the impact on our body. And it's so important for us to understand this. Those foods just add more inflammation. And what does that do? There's more inflammation leads to less muscle growth, slower recovery between matches, which at the end is not going to be beneficial, because if in the long term we always have those kind of impacts, we will not be able to improve at the rate that we want to. Another thing is the slower digestion. So what does the slower digestion do? It is heavy on our legs. We have the sluggish reactions, like I said earlier, where our energy is taken towards digestion when it's actually supposed to be used towards our performance. Then blood sugar crashes. As I said, all those like really sugary foods and drinks, what they do is they give us this massive spike of oof. And then but the problem is not the spike. The problem is when we crash. And that's the moment when we get tired, when we get unfocused. And that's so dangerous, especially late in games when you have to stay consistent with your mind, when it's hard. Don't make it harder than it is already on yourself. So leave those foods out most of the time. And then just in the long term, from a long-term environment, if those things add up day over day, you will just have more niggles. You just have more little injuries. Your progress will be a lot slower, and you just have less energy overall. And why would you want that? Like, we want to play with 100% energy every time. We want to put 100% input every time. So why would we want to slow us down with these kind of options when we can choose a better whole foods option? Sometimes, yes, we have those cheat meals. I'm going to talk about those in one of the sections later on. But it's about, what are we doing most of the time? What are we doing 90% of the time? How are we sticking to our habits 90% of the time? And how do our bad habits actually impact us? And once I understood how bad nutrition, like in terms of the options you see right here, impact me in a bad way, it was so much easier for me to also realize, okay, I could opt for that right now and feel so much better. And I understood that when I felt shit and I looked back at myself and I was like, well, makes sense. I ate like that. So if you eat like shit, you're going to feel like shit. I'm sorry to put it that way, but that's just sometimes the case. So your big takeaway for this should be that if your food takes more from your body than it gives back, it's slowing you down. It's just slowing you down, and it's unfortunate because you leave so much on the table. So you gotta avoid these, especially on game days and the day before game days, because at the end of the day, we all train and play for game days. And why would we slow us down on game days? So try to avoid those foods at any cost on match days and the day before, to go into the game with 100% intensity and focus, and control what you can. Like, the simpler, the less process, the better the performance. That's basically the rule I go. Try to have as least of processed foods as possible, and try to swap those kind of bad options for the good options if you're able to. Lesson 6. So now we will go over the foods to focus on and how you build your performance plates. Why does that even matter for us center backs? We gotta understand that as center backs, our body, it's our weapon. It's our biggest tool. So our strength, our explosiveness, our reliability on the field, that at the end all comes from fueling and the fuel we put in our body. Because if you eat like a professional center back, you will perform like one and you will move like one. But if you eat like everyone else, you're going to feel sluggish, you're going to feel sore, you're going to feel a step late when it really matters the most. So
Now I'm going to go over basically the foods that we want to focus on and have like 90% of the time in our diet. So for carbs, our main fuel source, like we discussed earlier, we're looking for foods like rice, potatoes, oats, pasta, and fruits, because those fill up our glycogen stores. So our legs don't just die in minute 70, we get cramps and get subbed out, and our coach thinks we're not a reliable player. No, we need to play the whole 90 as a center back. And when you skip your carbs, you're not being disciplined for following some kind of, oh, I want to lose some weight. No, you're just training on an empty tank, trying to drive a car with an empty tank. You won't. It won't move. And if it does, you burn out the engine and you're not going to go far at all. So you got to fuel up before you step on the field. And that's how you stay explosive and alert for the whole 90 minutes. The next one is, what kind of proteins do we want to focus on? Because proteins are your recovery and strength builder after practice. So protein is basically what rebuilds the muscle you break down every session, like we said. So for that, think of beef, chicken, turkey, eggs, fish. These are all your muscle repair crew. So when you're consistent with protein, your body adapts way faster, your soreness goes down way faster, and you actually build the strength that you're training for. You might have seen it before that you put in all the work, you put in the lifts, you put in the work on the field, but you seem to not gain any muscle, and you eat a ton of food. That's probably because you didn't have a building crew for your muscles, which is the proteins. So think about those protein sources. And then we got veggies and fruit. It's basically your natural edge. It's like your natural little supplement, because those fruits and veggies, they have all the micronutrients in it that we need, like the vitamins, the minerals, and that what's basically keeps our body firing with energy and energy and energy. Because veggies and fruit, they lower inflammation, they improve your focus, and they help you avoid those small injuries and nudge, because they make you how you feel. How we said, everything is building, stacking up on each other. Like we said, micronutrients determine how you feel at the end of the day. And when your system is clean, like when you have a clean system throughout all those foods, that means basically that you can stay stable and your reactions are way more quicker, and your recovery between your sessions is way more faster if you use those little supplements like veggies and fruit and throw them in the right amounts. I'm going to go over that in a little bit. And then lastly, we got our fats. So as we said, fats are there for our stability of our hormones and our longevity and the way we primarily feel and our body feels. So healthy fats are basically your long-term energy and hormone support. Like you might, like your carbs are what fills you short-term. But the moment you might feel like fatigued and everything, that's because of your fats. That's because you don't fuel your body with healthy fats and your hormones tank. And that's when you have this like chronic fatigue and you just happen to wake up every day super sluggish, not ready. That's because of your fats. That's why we want to have healthy fats. And this can look something like avocados, olive oil, nuts, eggs, super important. Like those foods, they keep your joints strong, your hormones balanced, and your brain as well sharp. Like you in the 90s minute being still all alert or not comes down to fueling right in those. And as a center back, that means that we can stay stable all season long without burning out and getting hurt on the long term. So think about fats, healthy fats, as like an investment to your long-term health and playing all season long. And now I'm going to go over how you build your performance plates. Like how are we actually building our meals? Because we went over all those little different things, and now how can we put them into one? And that, how does that actually look for a modern center back? And therefore I put you in here, this thing you can see. Can I zoom? No, I can't. There I can zoom. All right. So that is called the performance plate. here. So what you have here is the protein sources that we want to use. Like I already said, beef, try to make it 90-10, like lean beef, and then steak, chicken, turkey, ground turkey. You can see it yourself. Secondly, all your healthy carb sources, potatoes, sweet potatoes, pasta, any kind of rice, quinoa, whole grains, and the rest, oats. Those are your carb sources. For fruit and veggies, you see how there's any fruit there is. I love berries. This is why I put berries in there. Like berries is one big thing that I really like. So mixed berries on my performance bowls, like you guys see all the time. And then for your for your fats, see here olive oil, butter, peanut butter, avocado. Try to go with those kind of measurements. And if you're in a one-on-one mentorship, I mean, I provide you with all your food, everything you have to eat either way. So you don't even have to worry about like the amounts of food. But if you're not in a one-on-one mentorship right now, because those are all really calorie dense foods and we don't want to basically crush out our calories and then at the end of the day we gain a lot of fat. We don't want that. But those are basically the food sources. Once more, you can make a screenshot of that if that helps you. And now, how do we adjust those? So this is a really, really nice thing I found online where it basically perfectly tells you how to perform a plate with it, like how to build a plate with it. So we're always trying to, 1/4 of the plate should be with protein. 1/4 of the plate should be with color. What does that mean? That means fruit and veggies, broccoli, kiwi, banana, whatever it is. Then basically mostly half of your plate should be carbs. So any of those options. And then this little corner should be fats, or if you take olive oil, you drizzle it over. But let's say an avocado, 1/4 of an avocado, half an avocado, some nuts, you put in here some fats in form from eggs. So that's basically how you would structure those performance plates with that. But now I'm going to go a little bit more in detail in the performance plates, because obviously if we have different kinds of training and different kinds of training, like hard training day, light training day, recovery day, there's different kinds of manipulations that we can use to even optimize our recovery, to even optimize getting more out of our training. So this is a little add-on to what I just showed you in in certain situations, how we can kind of adjust the performance plate a little bit more to have optimal outcomes. So, and the first thing is the training plate. So we fuel to perform before practice. How does our performance plate want to look before practice? Before practice, we want to prioritize carbs. So have a bigger portion of the plate carbs. That's the most important thing in this plate is the carbs. So here, always what's first is the most important thing. This is where we have to pay the most attention to. So the carbs. Then we want to have a lean protein source to already have our protein in our body, hit our protein goal, and give the body already the repair crews basically ready to work right away after practice, even in practice. This is why protein before is also important, because you can think of it, the repair crew is already ready to go. We already filled up our repair crew to a certain extent. So that's why we have lean protein, easy to digest protein, not really fatty protein. Like try to stay away from like fatty options like super fatty ground beef, burgers, that kind of stuff, just because it's going to be hard for your body to digest and that's going to take away from your training performance. And then some veggies, as always, just to get the micronutrients going. And then a small amount of fat. Can be a little drizzle, but we don't want to have too much fat, because obviously fat takes a long time to digest and we don't want to take away from our performance in form from of digestion. So a quick example for that would, for example, be chicken, rice, broccoli, a little olive oil drizzle. Like keep it super simple. Turkey sandwich on sourdough, some fruit, oats, whey, banana, and peanut butter. Those are just options. As I said, mentorship clients, you don't have to worry about that. You get your meal plan from me. But for anyone else, those are just the options that you can basically swap. And you can swap the chicken for lean meat. You can swap the chicken for lean turkey, and then the rice for potatoes. Just try to prioritize. The main thing here, before practice, we prioritize our carbs. And then next up is our recovery plate. So that's basically after practice, after game. So how does that look? So here we have our priority on lean protein plus veggies, a little bit less carbs, and healthy fats. Because now we used all our carb tanks. This is why we just want to refuel it a little bit, but we're still good from before. But the most thing is, right now we broke down our body. So the most important thing for us is give the body the most energy and longevity to repair. So we need to bring in our repair crew. So our repair crew is our protein. So that can look like something: salmon, spinach, avocado, eggs, mixed veggies, small sweet potato, beef, zucchini with some olive oil. So see here how we opt in for a little bit more fattier protein sources. So you can basically combine those two post practice really well. So salmon is a little bit of a fattier protein source option, but it's perfect for after practice because it gives us the micronutrients and the minerals we need. Plus it gives us the protein we need. So pretty simple. That's just how you can adjust the recovery plates. And then once I give you your meal plan, this is also what I do it. I want you to understand, okay, why am I eating more protein right now? Yes, post-practice, more protein. Or sometimes you assemble a plate yourself and then you're like, it's post-practice right now. I need to focus more on protein, a little bit less carbs. And then maybe before practice, you're like, okay, I know now. You have to eat more carbs because obviously at one point we won't work together anymore, and I want you to still succeed even without me. So this is what's gonna make you really excel once you nail that down. Once I understood that, and especially for people that are in the cafeteria as well. That's my last point here. Especially for people that are in the cafeteria. Once you understand this principle in combination with using the performance plate cheat sheet, you can, in any kind of environment, you can excel. Because I go to a restaurant thinking about, okay, how can I adjust it to a performance plate? Am I post-practice? Am I pre-practice? Am I just like need a normal performance plate? How can I basically adjust, like what is on the plate, and how can I adjust maybe the plate with a little bit of special requests to get my performance plate? So once you understand those two principles, your nutrition is going to be so easy. It's going to feel so easy, because the big takeaway here is that every plate for you is a choice in between fueling for your dominance or slowing yourself down. That's all it is. Food equals performance. Food equals fuel for me. I don't see food for pleasure when I play my sport, because we want to perform the best. We don't want to be pleasurable. No, we want to perform the best. So this is why your fueling should make you dominant, not slow you down. Because, and you will achieve that, as we just went over, through simple whole foods with a few ingredients, and that will give you more energy, it will give you faster recovery, sharper performance, and you need to train with carbs and recover with protein. That's for this section. We're gonna see us at the next one. All right, part 7. Now we're getting to the sauce: match day and competition fueling. Match day isn't time to guess your fuel, because it's really time to execute on the principles that we just went over. Because as a center back, one bad touch, one bad moment of fatigue can lead to a goal. We're the last line. We're so important because you can't afford to fade in the second, especially in the second half. And matchday nutrition is what makes you so locked in, so powerful, and so reliable from minute 1 to minute 90. Because why does it matter? If your performance on game day, it doesn't start just on warm up, it starts within the 24 hours before you kick off. And if your fuel is right, you're going to feel sharp, you're going to feel explosive, and you will be able to recover way faster between your sprints and duels within a game. But if it's wrong, you're going to feel heavy, you're going to feel foggy, you're going to feel sluggish those first 5 minutes, and you're going to just rapidly build down your performance when the game speeds up and it gets to the final seconds of the game, and your opponent might swap some players and you're not ready for that. So how would that look like? So as I said, it starts the day or night before the match even starts. So what we want is we want to fuel our tank as much as we can. So you want to fuel up your glycogen stores and keep your digestion really, really light to not have any kind of problems with that. So eat clean carbs, rice, pasta, potatoes, oats, fruit, like we did in our performance plates earlier on. As I said, everything stacks up onto each other. I'm keep repeating myself. Then add lean protein because we want to have light digestion. So something like chicken, lean fish, some eggs, and then stay to cooked veggies instead of raw veggies. Like cook them in the air fryer or in the pan because they're easier to digest for your body. A little tip. And then also avoid anything that slows down your digestion. So within 24 hours, I like even 48 hours of kickoff. Really, really, really try to avoid all the fried food, the pizza, the burgers, like high fiber beans or big salads. And please just skip the sugary junk. Take it out of the diet completely, but especially before match days, gotta take it out because that slows you down. It gives you a short spike and then your carbs are crashing down and you basically lose all your energy mid-game because of those basic massive crash downs. Because you gotta think of it like charging your battery overnight. Like this meal sets you up performance tomorrow. So you charge already the night before, you charge your phone already, and then during the day it loses like a little bit of battery, and you just like basically fuel it up again with your pregame meal, with your 2-hour pregame snack, what we just go over now. So that's the mindset you need behind that. And again, I will provide you with the plans if you're in the mentorship, so you don't have to worry about what certain foods I have to eat. Those are just examples because I will completely provide you with Matchday Fueling protocols. But so next up, the Matchday Fueling protocol that we always follow is gonna be the 3-2-1 rule, and that's really, really on match days what's gotten me the results that I have. That's basically my biggest driver of nutrition, where I could see the biggest change in performance within a game, how I could stay completely consistent for 90 minutes and just blast down. So what does the 3-2-1 rule mean? The 3-2-1 rule means that we want to have 3 to 4 hours before kickoff our main pre-match meal. That is basically your big fuel up, your big battery charge up. And you want lean protein, easy to digest carbs, and a little bit of fat. So examples again would be some white rice, chicken, cooked carrots, or some oats, banana, whey, like a performance bowl that I'm always doing, a bigger one. Those are kind of like the things that you could have before practice in the 3 to 4 hour range. Then the 2 stands for we want to have 2 hours before kickoff a light carb top up snack. So basically we now like 3 hours before, 4 hours before we fueled our sources. Now 2 hours before, 1.5, maybe 90 minutes before. It's really personal preference. You want to top it off to be at the pinnacle of your storages. Like you got a full tank, you just went to the gas station, and that can look like something like a banana, some rice cakes with honey, some white toast with jam, some pretzels. These will top up your glycogen stores without slowing your digestion, and you will feel light, not bloated, but you will be full of energy when the whistle blows and kickoff starts. And then 1 hour before, so the one stands for 1 hour before kickoff. This is when we want to prime your system. So one is we want to take our electrolytes, like like an electrolyte drink, like Flash IV or Body Armor, the electrolyte version. So what we want is we want to take our electrolytes, pay especially attention to have good sodium and potassium contents in there to stay hydrated, and don't just chuck plain water, because as you sweat, you dilute all your salts and your minerals. So we want to pre-fuel with those to not hit like those, when like 90% of the reasons why you hit the cramp in like minute 70 is because you did not drink enough electrolytes. So this is where we want to have electrolytes. And then, which is optional, but I really like, and this is why I threw it in there, is caffeine. So what I do is an hour before kickoff, so basically before I go out for the warm up, I'm drinking caffeine. This is, if you kind of gotta try it out a little bit. What I would suggest you to do, try it out and practice first before you do it in a game, if you've never done it in a game, to kind of feel how your body reacts and what is the dosage you need, because it's like 3 to 6 milligrams per kilogram of body weight, which is kind of like the range of like personal preference. Like, are you drinking a lot of caffeine in your normal life? Then you probably more in the six, like 5 to 6 grams. Are you barely drinking any caffeine? Then you more maybe 3 or even below. So you kind of gotta look for your own preference. But I'm around like 150 to 180 milligrams. What I drink before a game, which is like a Celsius, for example, and it absolutely like gives me like this last mental sharpness in my brain. And yeah, I really like it, and it's just a clean boost to my body firing. So try it out. But if you're again in the mentorship, we go over this as well and kind of like figure out a way for you to implement it or not. If like, I know some players that don't like it before games, so but I threw it in there because I really like it, and I think there can be great benefits, and there are certain studies that have shown great benefits in players, especially for us center backs. Being sharp is really, really important. And then during the game, absolutely keep it simple. Hydrate with water, or I like to drink another electrolyte drink in halftime. And then if your energy kind of drops, make a small carb gel or chews that can help you like top off those energy stores. One thing I really like to do is I have like a honey gel that I use on halftime that I eat. But that's also something that we go over, and you can try like certain foods. You can use a banana, where whatever is your preference. And it's those like key small doses that really make the difference, but also not overload your stomach. And then once the final whistle blows, recovery starts immediately. So what I always want to do is within 30 minutes get some kind of protein and carbs in, like a snack or something, like drink a shake with a banana, or like some Greek yogurt with fruit. Just a quick repair window. It's not crude, like everyone is saying, like all those 30 minutes. If you can't do it logistically, it's not going to make a huge difference, but the optimal way will be within 30 minutes to 1 hour. And then once we have showered and gotten out of the locker room, then we want to have 1 to 2 hours later our full recovery meal, where we focus again. Think about the recovery plate. We focus on good protein, good carbs to refuel those energy sources, and have some veggies with it, healthy fats. So again, it's basically a recovery plate that you can see. And so for this lesson, for Matchday Fueling, the key takeaway here is the 3-2-1 rule and implementing that in your daily match day routines, where it's 3 to 4 hours before main meal, main fuel, 2 hours we top it up with a light carb snack, easy on digestion, and then 1 hour we start sipping our electrolytes, and then optional we also have our caffeine dosage that really gets us going and gets us sharp for the game. And again, try to avoid anything fried or processed in those 24 hours before match day, because that will just make you heavy and slow. And the clean fuel means sharp reactions, fast recovery, and consistent focus all game. This is what it did for me, and it's absolutely incredible. And you can see it at the pro level. They don't and you can see it at the pro level. They don't second guess their decisions in minute 80. No, they're sharp 90 minutes because they dial that in perfectly. And always remember, the best center backs, they don't just train like pros. They eat like pros. Part 8. Now we come into the fun part. Cheat meals. No, I'm just kidding. So what I use for this is the 90-10 rule. So as a center back, discipline is everything on and off the field, and that obviously includes how we eat. But being disciplined doesn't mean to be perfect and like a robot 100% of the time, because the key here is balance, like everything in life. And that's where the 90-10 rule comes in play. So what is the 90-10 rule? The 90-10 rule means that 90% of the time we eat clean, we eat our whole foods, our proteins, our clean carbs, veggies, healthy fats, everything we just went over. But 10% of the time we can enjoy ourselves. We can basically reap the benefit of our hard work, and we can enjoy ourselves guilt-free, knowing that we are not going to mess up any improvements with one cheat meal. Because you got to understand that one cheat meal will not ruin your progress. Consistency, that's what matters. If you consistently have unplanned cheat meals, that will ruin your progress. So, but one thing we got to keep in mind is that timing is the key. And why does that matter for center backs? Because as a center back, you rely on precision, like our reactions, our sharpness, our power. It's all down to how we do things on the daily basis. But when we eat too much junk food, we feel it. Heavier legs, slower reactions, more soreness the next day. However, if we time it the right way, that is where we can allow ourselves a little treat, which won't have those negative impacts. Because you don't want your cheat meal to hurt your performance, but you want to fit it within your performance, if that makes sense. So let me explain that a little bit more. The best time for us as center backs to have a cheat meal is basically after a big game. Why after a big game? Because we've just emptied all our tanks, we've burned through a ton of calories, and we need to refuel. And at the end of the day, obviously there's an optimal way for refueling, but sometimes we can also reap our benefits, and not always the most optimal way in everything is going to get you the best results up here, because our mindset, as we went over in the mindset chapter, plays such an important role. So after big games, after big training blocks, on like a weekend evening after a game, that's really when we can kind of relax and enjoy a meal. Maybe we have like an off day the next day that won't affect our next session or our overall performance in a crazy way. But the most important thing here is, with the timing, is to avoid randomness. Like, avoid this, like, okay, I can have cheat meal, like, you thinking in your mind, oh, I can have cheat meals, like it's fine sometimes having a cheat meal. But what I like to do is I plan my cheat meals ahead. And that might sound crazy at first, but let me finish that thought. You got to understand, at one point, if you allow yourself always cheat meals, it's getting to too many just spontaneous cheats. And that, at the end of the day, will lead to bad habits that will slow down your progress and kind of like sneak in there over the time. So what we want to make sure is that we don't have those unplanned cheat meals that will make us lose the structure and will then slow us down. So instead of that, what I always do is, let's say we're Sunday right now. I'm like, okay, Wednesday I have a game, Saturday I have a game. I'll know like Saturday after my game or Sunday, I can have my cheat meal and then I'll have my cheat meal. But like this, now I already know that the rest of the week, I don't have my cheat meal. My 10% are not there yet. I haven't earned my 10% of enjoyment yet. So it completely takes out the guesswork for me to be like, maybe on a Thursday, oh, maybe today is my cheat meal day. And then you have your cheat meal and then you play on Saturday and you're like, oh, I just earned my cheat meal. And you have another one. And then like slowly, without even recognizing, you getting more and more cheat meals because you think you can like have cheat meals once in a while. Yes, but since you give yourself a structure to follow with your cheat meals, that basically eliminates the guesswork for the rest of the time. So as I said, mini drill, write down for you next week, when are you going to have your cheat meal? Because the big takeaway here is discipline is what makes you reliable. The discipline over time and the consistency. Cheat meals are absolutely fine when they are controlled and when they're in your means. Because remember, the dose makes the poison. One cheat meal won't hold you back. Once it gets 1, 2, 3, 4, they're a little snack, they're a little sugar eating, they're a soda, they're a cookie. That when it adds up, and this is what I want to take you out of this lesson. It was really important for me to cover it because people always think that professionals and if you want to go to the next level, you have to be 100% perfect. No, not by any means, but we have to control our imperfections and we have to control our balance, because once balance takes over, and again, the dose makes the poison and the poison gets too much, this is when it hurts the system. All right, I'll see you in the next module. Part 9, really interesting topic, supplements. But let me get one thing straight right away. Supplements are not a magic tool for you. They don't replace your discipline, your sleep, or your nutrition. They can just be this final 5 to 10% that can really give you an edge over everything else if everything else is already dialed in. Because if your sleep and your food aren't consistent, no supplement in the world will fix that for you. And rule number 1 you have to understand is food is first. You got to think of supplements as like the roof of a house. Food, sleep, recovery are the foundation. So if the foundation isn't solid, your roof will collapse. So your system will collapse. And if you don't sleep right, if you don't eat right, and then you think with supplements you can like cover all that, no, your house is going to collapse. You will not perform well. So before buying like a stack of powders and pills, make sure that you're hitting your protein goals, you're hydrating daily, and you're sleeping for at least 8 hours. And once those are consistent, that's when we can add the supplements that kind of make you that complete form and top everything off with like those final 5 to 10%. But if the 90% before are not done right, what does 5 or 10% help you? Nothing. So, but now enough said about that. You got to understand this first. But now let's go into the certain supplements that I use and I would suggest you that can really get the edge over everything else. So the first thing is protein powder. You got to understand, protein powder is nothing special. It's just a convenience and it helps you to hit your protein targets on busy days or right after training when you don't really have time for a full meal. And if it's whey or plant-based, both have the same effect. And you can use it with like a shake, post-practice with some fruit. And this is good for like fast absorption and easy recovery. But remember, it's just food in liquid form, not a replacement for meals. So if you have a protein shake, you still need to get your normal meal in with carbs and healthy fats. And one last thing I'm going to say on protein powders, protein powders are not gonna ruin your liver or something, everything they say. Protein powders is, at the end of the day, a supplement, a nutritional supplement that you can find in chicken breast. Has protein as well. It's the same protein at the end of the day. Yes, chemically they're different, but for us centerbacks, that does not matter, and it's not bad for you by any means. You can use it as a tool to get your protein goal in. So the second thing, and you probably heard it already, is creatine. Why creatine? Creatine is the most researched supplement in sports. So anything you hear about not beat creatine not being safe, absolute nonsense. There's no supplement researched better than creatine. And why should we use creatine for center backs? It gives us more power in tackles and headers. It's better for our recovery in between sprints, and it's a slight increase in muscle fullness and strength over time because we allocate more water through our muscles. So how will we do that? We take 5 grams daily. Timing doesn't really matter, but the only thing that matters is getting those 5 grams in consistently every day to have the dosage higher. And you got to think of it like brushing your teeth. Do it just daily, not occasionally, because the benefits of it that I just said are just going to be there if you do it on a daily basis or not. If like, oh, every 2 days, no, it's not working like that. You need to take it daily. Then the next supplement I would definitely recommend is omega-3 fish oils, because omega-3 reduces inflammation, it keeps your joints healthy, and it supports your brain function. So, and that's huge for us center backs because your body takes hits, twists all the time in duels and long training loads all season long. And if you don't eat fish 2-3 times per week, this is a must. And if you don't eat fish 2-3 times a week, this is a must have. And I don't eat fish 2-3 times a week. This is why I supplement it. And it's like 1 to 2 gram daily with your meal works best. If you just get like the normal supplements, like the omega-3, pay attention to have good quality. Like most of the time, the more expensive, the more quality it is. So yes, aim for that. And so third on my list is omega-3 fish oils. And omega-3s are super important because they reduce inflammation, they keep your joints healthy, and they support your brain function. And that's obviously huge for us center backs since our body takes hits and duels all the time, certain twists, and those long training loads all season. Omega-3 helps us support getting through those injury free, because if you don't eat fish 2-3 times per week, this is a must have because we don't get the omega-3s that we should in a daily diet. And I personally don't eat fish that many times, so I supplement it. So super important. Think about just you can just get the ones from the convenience store or from like Target or something. Most of the time is the more expensive, the better it is, the higher dosage it is, but aim for like 1 to 2 grams daily and eat it with your meals. But I'm going to go over the structure, how to take those supplements in a little bit as well. Next up on the list is vitamin D and magnesium. And these are super important because these basically boost your recovery, boost your energy. And first, vitamin D improves your energy, mood, and immune function. And it's key if you train indoors or live in a place that is cold and cloudy where you don't see the sun as much. And magnesium helps you to relax your body, reduces soreness, and actually improves your sleep quality as well. Because most athletes are actually deficient in both, and that's why we like to combo those, because they can make such a big difference on like the small scale. And try to take that vitamin D in the morning with some breakfast and magnesium before bed. But I'll also, again, go over that later on. And then fifth is electrolytes. So electrolytes, pay attention to the sodium, potassium, and magnesium content of your electrolyte drinks, because nowadays they just put electrolyte drinks on like anything. And I'm like, that has nothing to do with an electrolyte. Gatorade is not an electrolyte drink, if you guys thought that. Like Flush IV from Body Armor, that's, for example, an electrolyte drink. So pay attention to those three contents to have in your electrolyte drinks, and because those are the forgotten fuel at the end of the day. You lose electrolytes when you sweat, and if you don't replace them, this is when you're gonna feel the cramps, we're gonna feel the fatigue, and when you're really gonna feel the brain fog, like we said earlier. Because a good electrolyte mix before or during training will keep you hydrated, and that will lead to being sharp, especially in like a heated double day session or like a late intense game. And don't overthink it. Just make it part of your pre-practice routine or pre-game routine. Sip on your electrolyte drink, and you will, if you haven't done so far, you will see drastic improvements, especially in like the really heavy sessions. So those are it's super simple, like it's not a lot. Those are the only really supplements that I take myself, and I would suggest you. It's nothing fancy. It's just really what we mostly don't cover with our diet. And next up, I will go through like a daily stack on like how can you implement that in your daily life. Because for me personally, I don't know about you guys if you ever taken supplements, but if I don't have like a daily routine with it, I forget them so many times. So how I stack them is, let's go down here, is, yeah, here we got it. So the daily recovery stack, I call it, or center back supplement stack, I call it, is in the morning, after breakfast, we want to take vitamin D, 1,000 to 2,000 IU. It's for your energy and immune system. As I said, you can see the dosage is always like on the little boxes for like the supplement where it's in. So pay attention that you have like this kind of dosage. Then for omega-3, 1 to 2 gram fish oil, pay again attention to what's on like on the package of it. And as I said, it reduces inflammation, it supports your joint and brain function. It is basically there for like the longevity of a season, to not get injured, to stay sharp, to not get burned out. And yeah, take these with breakfast. It's best for absorption and your digestion. And then pre-training, we want to have 30 to 60 minutes before the electrolyte mix with sodium, potassium, and magnesium. It's good for your hydration, and it prevents you from cramping. And then optional, it's also, since we went over that before, I didn't edit it into the supplements, but the caffeine optional, 150 to 250 milligrams, depending on your preference. For your focus and alertness, it's best on match days or heavy training days, but I just use it on match days. But I know players that also use it on practice days. That's something that we can figure out together and see what works with you best. And then for the protein shakes, for example, the best you can use that, and it comes in handy, is post training. Have a protein shake, 25 to 40 grams of whey or plant protein with some fruit. Good for your muscle repair and recovery. But yeah, it's not a replacement for a whole meal. You like still get your meal after. But if you remember back for the Matchday Fueling, like the little protein and carb snack after game, like a protein shake like this will come in super handy there. This is where we can use whey really well. And then any time of the day, but I usually take creatine with my breakfast just to get it in, is creatine. And that basically gives you more strength, more power, and faster recovery. It's definitely an essential as a center back. Like you just leave things, like it's so easy. It's the easiest way of getting a little nudge. Just take creatine. Like low key, it's so important. I use it. Once I started using it, I saw massive improvements. And then in the evening before bed, take magnesium, 2 to 400 milligrams. It better for sleep, reduces your soreness and fast in recovery, gives you deeper sleep. I actually saw a lot of improvement once I started magnesium. So start taking your magnesium before you sleep. and you will you won't forget it. I promise. And then the big takeaway here again is supplements will never replace good nutrition or sleep. They will never. But they can be your final 5 to 10% that gives you the edge on like fuel recovery, but your habits need to be dialed in. So in order to get those 5 or 10%, the rest needs to dial in. It can't replace anything or won't replace anything. So that's all you need to know about supplements. Anything else, I really do not suggest you to take because it's most of the time overkill and just a waste of money. But those are like the things and super simple things where you can elevate your game even a slighter bit more. All right, guys, this is the last lesson of the Nutrition 101 module. And before I'm going to go into the 3x3 fueling system, kind of implementing everything we just did, I want to put our diet and everything we learned into perspective in terms of what is important, what is not important, how can we adapt to certain circumstances, and how do we know what to prioritize when we have to adapt and when we have to maybe sacrifice one of our learnings that we just did. And what I did here is I have a nutritional priority pyramid where it goes from most important to least important, meaning that your sustainability and adherence is the most important thing. You can have the most perfect diet in the world, but if you can't stick to it and if you can't consistently execute on it, it won't help you at all. Like it will completely break down the whole structure of the pyramid. Like everything will just flush. Like let's say you can't really sustain your diet, but you hit your calories every day. It doesn't matter because you're gonna hit your calories with shitty foods, if that makes sense. The same thing goes for if you can hit your macronutrients every day, like you have enough protein, enough carbs, but at the end of the day, you don't match your calories to gain weight, you won't gain any weight. So what I want you to understand is sometimes we have to take trade-offs in our daily life. And let's say we have a super busy day and we won't be able to basically fit all our calories in while meal timing, while have the perfect meal timing and frequency at the same time. So instead of saying, oh, I'm still gonna have 4 meals and kind of like mix them all in my day, but therefore I'm not hitting my calories. No, I rather have you just not have the optimal meal timing, but hit your calories, hit your macronutrients before you even worry about meal timing. If you planned well ahead and you can, you can hit your calories, you can hit your macronutrients, you hit your micronutrients. Now we can worry about, okay, when are we eating our meals? But before this is dialed in, I don't want you to worry about meal timing and frequency or supplements. I see so many people jumping into supplements before they even eat enough calories. No, that just won't work. Or they can't sustain a great diet, and then they say, well, I hit all my calories and macronutrients. Bro, if you can't sustain a great diet, that means that probably your micronutrients are going to be way off. So always worry about the underlying factor before you move on to the next one. And at the end, this whole thing makes your whole diet complete. And this is when we really have this congruency over your whole diet that boosts your performance, gets you sharp, keeps you going for 90 minutes. So, but enough of that. Next up, what we are going to go over now is the nutrition system that I use that basically puts everything that we just learned into practice. And this is the 3x3 fueling system, a simple system for center backs to excel with their nutrition. And what is the 3x3 fueling system? So the 3x3 fueling system is basically you go and pick 3 meals for each category. You pick 3 breakfast, 3 lunch,
3 dinners. If you want to have a lot of adversity, if you're fine with less, in my opinion, less is more in this kind of regard. So I actually go with just 2, but I learned that some people need more flexibility. So let's say 3. So what you will do is you take those 3 meals, that's it, and then you rotate those 9 meals throughout your week. And that makes it super easy, super predictable, and all those meals will be performance based because I will provide you with a cookbook or a meal selection where you can basically choose your meals from, and you will always have, like, those meals are performance meals. You know that those meals are going to get you where you want to be, to take out any guesswork. And why is it important, and what does it do for our center backs? And here's why this system works so well for me and for all my clients. And I have seen incredible results and incredible consistency. Going back again up here, where we talked about what's the most important, sustainability and adherence. This system enables us to be super sustainable, to be able to adhere to it super well. And the reason for it is because, one, we completely eliminate decision fatigue with this, because you don't waste any more time wondering, oh, what can I cook? What should I eat? You already know yourself. You have your 3 options. You're like, oh, today I feel like one of the 3 options. And then you go on and already know what you're eating, and you don't have to worry about, oh, is it good for my... No, you know that this meal is going to fuel you, and this is completely eliminating this fatigue. You get consistency, which equals results, because when you eat the same quality foods daily, your energy, your recovery, and your performance will absolutely stay consistent. It's flexible. You can rotate your meals or stick to your favorite meals. Both works, but you don't have to be this raw bodybuilder that always has to eat the same thing. No, there's so many different combinations to the same goal. It's just about choosing the right combination over and over again. And yeah, you can be flexible with it. Like, you don't have to eat the same every day. And it's performance focused. So every meal that you have within your rotation, you know that this fuels your recovery, fuels your strength, and gives you the 90 minutes sharpness. And this system basically frees you from the mental energy to focus on your training and not your menu. And how are we applying this system? So here's how you actually do it. First thing, as I said, pick your 3 meals for each category. Then second step is build your grocery list only from those meals, because that keeps your shopping simple and on budget, and you don't go into the grocery store and guessing, okay, what am I going to buy today? Is that going to be a good option? No, you already know your meals, you already know your shopping list, and that completely eliminates you buying some bullshit that will then slower your progress. And step 3 is meal prep and bulk. So what I like to do is I cook my proteins like chicken, beef, and eggs for the next 3 or 4 days. Then I cook my carbs, rice, potatoes, and oats in big batches that I can just take them out of the meal prep boxes, assemble my performance plate, and that saves me so much time. The same with veggies. I wash them, chop them up once, and then I have them stored ready to go. And then you just mix them, match them daily with your meals, whatever you have, and it's 1 breakfast, 1 lunch, 1 dinner, and it's basically no stress, no guessing, and no skipping on your meals or opting for unhealthy options. And then once you have everything dialed in your system, then it's where you can also kind of adjust those meals to your certain circumstances. You remember, if you go back to the performance plate section, now we have actual meals that you can think of that you can adjust to your performance plate. So pre-practice, we want to focus more on the carbs. So when you have, let's say your lunch is rice and chicken bowl. So if you would have this rice and chicken bowl for lunch, pre-practice, focus more on the carb content. So get a little bit more rice, a little less protein, maybe leave away the avocado. If you have it after practice and you make yourself some kind of like a poke ball, let's say, it's all in my cookbook and I will provide you with all that meals. But if it's like, for example, after practice, Then we want to focus more on the protein, less on the carbs, have more healthy fats in it, maybe exchange the chicken for some salmon. You see how the system is like interchangeable and super flexible, and you can change around the meals around whatever is most important right now in your certain situation of eating the meal. Um, so that's basically how I structure it. And then the advantages of the same thing counts obviously for after practice, but we've been already over this. And then the advantage, or the big advantage of this thing is basically when you meal prep, you're not just saving time, but you're setting yourself up for success, because you will always have clean food ready. And even on your biggest school days or travel days, you will be able to stick to those foods. Because I know so many times when I used to be in my freshman year and I was like, oh, I don't got any time, and then I opt for the bad thing. But if you meal prep in batches, at the end of the day, it's as fast grabbing your pre-cooked chicken, your pre-cooked rice, throwing it together with a nice sauce, some salad, some veggies, than going to the fast food counter and getting food. That probably even takes longer. So meal prepping is saving you time on the one time, but also sets you up for success when it gets really stressful. And the big takeaway here from this lesson, from the system, is success in nutrition isn't about variety and being pleasurable with your food. It's about repeatable, consistently fueling. Think about your food like fuel. That's always what I preach in my content. Food equals fuel. Food equals fuel. Repeat that 5 times. Food equals fuel. And with the 3x3 rule system, you will always know what you eat. You will always have it ready, and you completely eliminate any kind of excuses to opt for the unhealthy option and slow down your progress and not get the goals that we're striving for. Super excited to have you gotten through the nutrition module. Super important module. Go back, watch it again if there's things you don't understand. As I said, I will provide you with certain nutrition plans, but you need to understand, why are you eating certain foods? Why are we doing certain things? How can we adhere to certain things? Because that will make you successful over the long run. Looking in the future, 2-3 years, you playing D1, you playing at the highest level. How can you still adhere to those things? Because you got to understand one thing. The only way for you to go up the ladder is continuing doing what got you there, improving it, making it better. So I see you guys in the next module. Have a great time. Welcome to the training one-on-one module. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go over the basic principles of training and how we train as center backs and get the most out of our training to be sharp on the field, be stronger. Because you got to understand, as center backs, your body is your absolute weapon. And if you want to dominate in every duel, in every header, every 90 minutes, training is what really builds the version of you that's going to be able to do that. Because your team practice, they will make you a better player, but for individual training, that is really what makes you a better athlete, and that's what's going to separate you from the rest. Because the difference between being reliable and being replaceable is, what are those extra qualities that you can't learn on the field and have to acquire off the field? So when we're talking about this center back body, like you can see here of Virgil van Dijk, what does that mean? How do we want to acquire that? And when we talk about training for center backs, we're not training to look good. We're training to perform. That's one really important thing you got to understand. You need to be strong enough to hold up the strikers that are trying to body you. You need to be explosive enough to win the headers in the crowded boxes. And you need to be fast enough to recover on a through ball or a cover behind your line. And you need to be reliable enough to do all of that every game for 90 plus minutes. And that's where the weight room comes in, because this is where you build that body, where you prepare for those moments that will decide your games. And this goes beyond team practice. Team practice focuses mostly on tactics, shape, and repetition, especially during season. And I mean, it's super important, but it's not enough to become or separate yourself and become the excellent version of yourself as a center back. Because the off-field training, that is where you separate yourself. That's where you develop your physical tools, the strength, the power, the speed, the explosiveness. And that's where you will build the things that others don't see. Your ability to win the 1v1 battles, to jump higher, to recover faster, and to stay durable all season. And at the end of the day, the players who are only relying on practice, those are most of the time the ones that just stay average, that don't really go that next step. But the ones who train outside of it, that get the extra reps in, these are the ones that build their edge and at the end go to the next level and go to the next level again and work their way up the ladder. And you just have to be dominant in duels, because the modern center back, they win the games in the duels. It's not just with their positioning, it's with their power. And whether it's like a shoulder-to-shoulder battle or a 1v1 sprint or an aerial challenge, the stronger center back will always have the advantage over the strikers. And this means that every rep in the gym at the end of the day translates to one more moment on the pitch where you don't get pushed off, where you don't get beaten in the air, or where more of you dictate the physical battles. It's all about you. It's what you want to do. It's not what the striker wants to do with you. You do with the striker what you want to do. He's not controlling you or your game. And that's what really training is for. It's turning your weaknesses you have right now into your weapons and your strongholds, so you become this complete center back. And another super important point about why are we training even during season, why are we training heavy as center backs, is injury prevention. It's so important for injury prevention, and injury prevention at the end of the day equals how much you are available in the season. And this is the most underrated part if you look at players' careers. It's their availability, because you can't help your team if you're sitting on the sideline injured. You have to have strong muscles and stable joints to absorb the stress of the game, the collisions, the jumps, the sprints. We're getting in so many difficult situations for our body to deal with. So when you train properly, you actually reduce your injuries, recover faster, and you stay consistent with those types of actions. And that is what, at the end of the day, the best center back isn't the one who is looking the best. It's the one coaches can count on every single game, because as center backs, our consistency is the most important thing. And your consistency will be your value if you train the right way. And training is really what protects it. So when you're training, you got to remember, you're not just lifting weights or running sprints pointlessly. You're building the body that carries you through a full season. You're creating that version of yourself that is strong, that is explosive, that is reliable, and absolutely unstoppable. And this type of center back is what every team wants in their backline. It's going to go to the next level and compete and compete and compete until they're on the top and reach their goals. All right, part 2. Now we're going to cover the actual training principles to follow as a center back. And you got to understand, every center back obviously wants to get stronger, faster, and more dominant, but actually a very few select understand how to train for real and lasting progress that helps us being better on the field. Because it's not about the fancy workouts, it's about following the principle that builds elite athletes. And the 3 most important ones are progressive overload, training close to failure, and consistency. So let's start with progressive overload. You got to understand that your muscles will only grow when they're challenged. If you lift the same weight, do the same reps, or move at the same speed every week, your body has no reason to adapt. Progressive overload means that you're consistently asking your body to do a little more. Maybe that's just 2.5 kilos heavier, one more rep, or even a faster sprint time, but it's all about having a little notch more, and stacking those little wins that are going to make the big numbers at the end. Because without overload, you will stay the same. And with overload, your strength is going to increase, your size is going to increase, and your power will go up instantly. And that's at the end how you build the center back body. Like slow, steady progression, stacked week after week, is going to make the big differences long term. Next up, train close to failure. Most players stop way too early when I see them train. They rack the weight when it kind of starts to burn. No, this last 1 or 2 reps, the one that are really uncomfortable, that's where the real growth actually happens. So training close to failure doesn't mean going until your form breaks down. No, no, no. It means pushing until you've got 1 or 2 solid reps left in the tank. But that's really the sweet spot where your body is forced to adapt, rebuild, and come back stronger each and every time. Because when you train like that consistently, every session will compound. You will always go up a little rep, a little weight, a little bit faster, and that's what separates the average from the elite. And last but not least, consistency. Consistency is what wins, because the big results, they don't come from that one crazy session or that one perfect week that you had. They come from stacking the good days one after another, month over month. And progress isn't built in a single workout. It's built across months of reliable work. You might see yourself, you work out once and you look in the mirror and you will not see a difference. But you work out every week for 3 consistent months and look the first picture and the picture right now, this is when you see a real difference. And that's all about the consistency. Because even on the days when you don't feel great, when you don't feel like showing up, you have to put in the effort, and this is what will keep the momentum alive. The center back who trains consistently, even just at 80% each time, will always outperform the ones that trains hard once in a while, but then stops for a week. Because reliable work beats the random intensity every single time. So you have to remember, challenge your body with overload each and every time, trying to go heavier, trying to go faster, try to go for that one more rep each and every lift. Push that 1 to 2 rep zone where you really cannot do it anymore. Don't cheat on yourself, and above all, stay consistent, because training isn't about perfection. It's about repetition over and over again. And the modern center back doesn't chase the motivation, he builds the momentum through the small actions on a daily basis, repeated and stacking those small wins one after another. All right, that was for this module. I'm going to see you in the next one. Welcome to part 3, and here we learn everything about strength, power, and explosiveness for center backs. Because when you watch the best center backs in the world, they all have one thing in common, and that's that they're strong, explosive, and fast. And they don't just defend, they dominate their battles. And that combination of strength, power, and speed is what makes the center back absolutely unstoppable. And first thing you got to understand is strength. Strength is the base of everything. And if you're not strong, you won't be able to win any duels, hold off your attackers, or stay balanced under the pressure. That's why the foundation is built in the weight room, with progressive overload and proper form. You add a little more weight or a few more reps each week, and that's how you build muscle and real functional strength. But it's not just about lifting heavy, it's about having a clean execution. Clean, controlled reps beat sloppy, heavy lifts every single time. And when you train close to failure, those last 1 to 2 hard reps, this is when your body truly adapts and will be able to grow. Because the stronger you are, the more confident you're going to be, the more you're going to bring into every duel. And because you know you can handle it physically, you will be on a complete other level with thinking about what you're capable of doing. The second is your speed and power. And that's basically what really is going to give you the edge. Like, now strength is your foundation, but the power and the speed, that's your edge. It's what really separates the good defenders from dominant ones. Your power is the ability to produce force really quickly, and that's what lets you to explode into tackles, jump higher for the headers, and react way faster when the ball changes the direction from a striker. And speed is your ability to move that power really efficiently, to close space, recover when you're beaten, and match the fastest strikers stride for stride. Because when you train power and speed together, you don't just get stronger, you become more dangerous offensively and defensively, and even becomes more sharper, because every reaction is way faster. Every duel is easier. Every pass you play, you're sharper, you're quicker on the ball. Every duel you do, you're faster towards the ball. And now you might ask yourself, okay, how do I really train all of that? Like, it's great to know all of it. Yes, so now we're going to go over how to train it. Because you build strength through heavy compound lift. This is what we are mainly doing. And if you're in the mentorship, don't worry, all your plans are provided by me. But I want you to understand, why are we doing certain things? Why are we lifting the way? Why are we eating the way we do? In order for you to also at one day be self-sufficient, be like, okay, I know what I have to do in order to get better without just like needing me, basically. So this is first thing. Strength work is through heavy compound movements. That gonna be movements like squat, deadlifts, presses, pull-ups, really basic compound movements. And it's all about pushing harder and tracking your progress and your overload weekly to make sure that we stack those small wins each and every week, which at the end are going to make you being 10 kilograms stronger for your bench press, let's say. Because if you add every week just a kilo over 20 weeks, that's 20 kilos. And then next up, how do we build power? We build power with explosive work. So that's something like box jumps, broad jumps, just plyometric push-ups for upper body, just things where we move really, really quickly and try to make the maximum force possible in the shortest amount of time. And the next point is, how do we build speed? Speed is with short, intense sprints, because you got to think about it that way. If you want to get faster, you have to sprint. You would not like trying to, let's say you want to get better in cooking. Obviously, what do? You cook more. That's just an analogy. Or anything. You want to get better at chess. You play more chess. So if you want to get faster, we need to combine the strength and explosive and power work with speed work in terms of having actual short sprints where we go 100% at 10, 100% of what we can do. And it's about the intent in every rep. Whatever kind of work we do, we have to move with 100% intent on what is our goal out of this exercise. Is our goal to get stronger? Is our goal to get faster? Is our goal to get more explosive? And therefore, we have to move in a certain way. If we want to get stronger, we got to focus on really clean execution, going slowly down, fast up. I'm going to teach you all of that in the app. We have your workout plans ready, and when we go in our check-in calls in the mentorship over your form and everything. But talking about intent, if you have power work, I want you to move as quickly as possible, be as explosive as possible. Same with speed. When we have speed work, get the most out of your sprints. Don't just run at 80%. That won't make you better. Go 100%. So this is why the execution rule is super important, that we have full intent and no lazy reps, because the lazy reps is what's going to keep you where you're at right now. And to just get this again, why are we doing these things as center backs? Your strength is what makes you unmovable. You don't get bullied anymore. You don't get bullied on the field. You bully those players. The power is what makes you really explosive, that you control the tempo of every duel. You control the tempo of how fast you play, how fast you are able to move within defensive work, but also offensive work with the ball. And the speed makes you reliable, because when your team line is broken, you're the safety net. You're the one that is able to recover that pass that went through. You're the one that is able to cover the header someone else lost. And when you combine all those three together, you basically become the striker no one wants to face. And the reason for that is because you're strong enough to hold them off, you're explosive enough to win all the headers, and you're fast enough to recover from any kind of missed tackle or position your team puts itself into. And that's really what a complete center back is about. A complete athlete builds the demands for every certain situation of the game. Last but not least, part 4 is about conditioning as a center back. And what we have to understand is that conditioning is really what separates a good 45-minute player from a full 90-minute defender. Because it's not just about running more, it's about being sharp, focused, and explosive when everyone else is fading and does their mistakes. Because when games get tough and legs get heavy, that's when a real center back stands out, and that's when you can separate yourself from your teammates, but also separate yourself from the opponent's center backs. Because why does the conditioning matter? Why are we doing conditioning? And the thing is that 90 minutes of focus demand more than just your bare talent. You can be the most technical or tactical defender on the field, but if you're gassed after minute 70, your decision making is going to drop, your positioning is going to slip, and that's when mistakes happen. So having a strong lung and legs is basically our insurance policy for those late moments in the game, because they keep you sharp, calm, and efficient once the pressure rises at the end of the game. Because when you're fit, your brain is going to have more oxygen. That means that your recovery between sprints is going to be faster, and you stay way more composed in those moments when everyone else is panicking and the first passes slip away, the touches get heavy, and that's at the end makes the difference. And it's the fitter the center back always wins more duels. If you're fitter center back, you're gonna be able to react way quicker. You're gonna make way better decisions later on in the game, and that's what matters the most. So next up, how do we actually train this center back specific conditioning? And I'm telling you one thing, it's not those long 10K runs. No, it's not, because they're not gonna give you the demands of a game. Conditioning for center backs is about what happens in a match. How can we replicate the match fitness? And the way you need to train is with quick bursts of intensity and short recovery, just like the games. And that's why interval runs are our best friend when it comes to conditioning center back specific scenarios, because we sprint, we recover, and repeat exactly what happens in a game, because they build the same energy system that you use when you're closing down space, when you're pressing, when you're tracking back a striker. And secondly, then there's tempo runs. Tempo runs are the more longer efforts at controlled speed. These build like the endurance while keeping you explosive. It's like our baseline of endurance we build through the tempo runs, and then we top it off with interval runs that are basically making us able to have those quick bursts, those fast, intense moments in a game when you sometimes have to tackle after tackle, you have to defend header after header. This is when the interval comes in place. Because you have to understand, if you train slow, you will play slow. If you just do slow 10Ks, you're not going to be able to react to the fast game pace that happens in a game and that you have to basically show off in a game. And this is why your conditioning should reflect the match tempo, explosive, intentional, and game-like. That's the most important thing when we think about, okay, how can we up our endurance, make it game-like, make it match intensity-like. So all you got to remember is conditioning isn't punishment. It's preparation for those moments when it really matters, when you can separate yourself from the other ones. And every rep, every sprint, every round you push through now, that's what's going to keep you composed and dominant in the 90th minute. So when you're going through preseason and you're going through those reps, don't cheat on yourself. Don't think, one is not. No, those are the reps that last game of the season, minute 89, you were able to make that last sprint and that last tackle and you don't concede. That's what's going to separate you, and that's what really is going to make you to the next level. That concludes our training one-on-one. As I said previously, obviously all those plans are going to be provided by me for you, and you just have to follow them. I just want to go over this for you to understand, why are we doing certain things, what are they good for, and what are they helping us for, so we can move with 100% intent, 100% intensity through every workout I'm giving you, and can get the most out of our potential and eventually reach the max of our potential and play at our highest level, what we all want to go. All right, so level 1 is sleep. And this lecture is arguably one of the most important ones in the whole mentorship, because sleep, I'm telling you guys, is one of the most underrated things ever. Like, it's so important for you, because you have to understand, sleep is the single most powerful recovery tool that you have, and it's completely free. Every training session breaks your body down, but
it's really during sleep, not during training, that your body actually rebuilds and getting stronger. So when you hit deep sleep, this is when your body releases your growth hormone and your testosterone. So those are the two key drivers for muscle repair and recovery. And that is really when your muscles rebuild stronger, your joints recover, and your body truly adapts to the work that you put in. And then there's REM sleep. This is basically the stage where you sharpen your mind again, where you reset your mind. And that's really when your brain processes everything from training, your tactical understanding, your positioning, your awareness. And if you're not getting good sleep, it's not just that your body suffers, it's also that your football IQ, your reaction time, and your ability to make fast and clear decisions on the field are going to suffer through not getting the REM sleep that I just explained. And for center back, this is just absolutely massive. Like, you rely on the split seconds of reactions. When you step or when you drop or when you read a striker's run, like, that's really what you need your sharpness for. And if your brain is foggy from a lack of sleep, that is basically half a second delay that can make the difference of the clean tackle, the clean interception, that last ditch of you getting into it or making a foul and maybe getting sent off. So let's talk about how much sleep you actually need. And if you're training and playing matches, you need 8 to 9 hours per night. And that's a non-negotiable and standard for athletes. I get at least 8.5 hours every night. Of course, sometimes it's not working that way, but this is what we have to aim for when we can control the controllables. Because anything less than 7 hours, you're literally performing at 70 to 80% of your potential. Like, you can hit 100% of your potential if you do not sleep more than 8 hours. And even think about that. Even just one bad sleep of night can reduce your sprint speed. Can lower your endurance and can make your focus drop instantly. Just one bad night of sleep, and you might have experienced it. The moment you have a bad night of sleep, the next day you have practice, how did you feel? How did you perform? Were you performing the normal way when you sleep well? Well, that's the reason. That's the reason. We all had those nights, but that's why it's so crucial for us to get good sleep, because those effects just compound as well. Like, one bad night of sleep or two bad night of sleep or three bad, those effects are compounding, and poor sleep over time absolutely drains your energy, slows down your recovery overall, and raises your injury risk by 200%. So you got to think about, it's like trying to play 90-minute games with your battery half charged. That your sleep time is where you charge up your battery. And now the goal isn't like just to sleep longer, it's also to sleep better. So start first with consistency. Go to bed and wake up at the same time every single day, even on your weekends. I know it might be tough, but even on weekends, take the same um, waking times and going to bed times, and your body thrives on the rhythm. Like, our sleep rhythm is so important for us to go into those sleep phases of REM sleep and deep sleep that will really make us recover. And next up, what you can do to improve your sleep quality is fix your environment, because there are certain things that you can do. Like, your room should be dark and quiet, and it should be kind of cool, around like 69 to 72 degrees Fahrenheit slash 16 to 18 degrees, or like 16 to 18 degrees Celsius for the guys that go in Celsius. And because the reason for that is, like, you might ask yourself, why is that? The reason for that, this signals your body that it's time to recover, it's time to sleep. It gives your body the incentive of, okay, now I'm getting more tired. Now I'm getting in the mood to sleep. And next is about how can we improve our sleep and what habits might come in the way of that. And the first thing is no caffeine at least 7 hours before bed. So if you're someone that drinks coffee, if you're someone that drinks energy drinks, do not, I'm not against this. I'm not against caffeine, but do not drink caffeine at least 7 hours before your bedtime. Because the problem is when you drink caffeine within 7 hours of your bedtime, your brain, your body is not going to be able to sleep and enter those deep sleep phases once you start sleeping. Another thing, no screens 1 hour before bed. I know it is hard, but the blue light, this is really what tricks your brain into thinking it's still daytime. So when your brain thinks it's still daytime, you're not going to be able to fall asleep because your brain is not releasing the hormones that make you tired. You might feel yourself sometimes scrolling on your phone for 2 or 3 hours, and then it's like 2 a.m. And why is that the case? Normally, if you would just lay there, you would have been falling asleep. But the reason why you can scroll for 2 or 3 hours more, and then you're looking at the phone, and you're like, oh, damn, it's 2 a.m. The reason for that is because you signal your brain through the blue light, hey, it's still daylight, it's not sleep time yet, so it doesn't release the hormones that get you tired. And one thing you can a little bit adjust it, because I know it's tough to be, get blue light glasses. Get blue light blocking glasses. This is already a great fix for that. And then before you go to sleep, have some kind of like a wind down routine. Stretch lightly, journal, or read. Because this kind of stuff really slows down your brain and it helps you fall asleep a lot faster. And you might have experienced this if you've read a book and you read a couple pages and then your eyes start falling. That's exactly because you start letting your brain wind down. And especially when you're in heavy training on match weeks, use short naps. That can be a great tool for you to like reset your system, get your energy up, but don't make them longer than 20 to 30 minutes, because those can do wonders to your energy if you do those 20 to 30 minutes. But the problem is if you go over that, that's the moment when you wake up actually more tired and you mess up your sleep rhythm later on that day. So really aim for that 20 to 30 minute nap ratio. I know it can be sometimes tempting to go over that, but that's really what is going to boost your energy, and anything above it will more make you feel tired, because we've all been there. Went for a nap for like 3 hours, completely died out, and then you wake up even more tired. So that's why we just want to have 20 to 30 minute naps to increase our energy, because as modern center backs, your biggest asset isn't just your strength or speed, it's your reliability. And I can just repeat it over and over again. And you can't be reliable without sleep. Sleep affects your explosiveness, your focus, your composure, and the three things that define elite. Basically, it's the three things that define elite defenders. This is what gets impacted if you sleep bad. So if your foundation is weak, if you don't sleep well, everything else will collapse. Your performance will not be the same if you don't sleep well. This is why sleep is so important. And I said at the beginning of the thing that this might be one of the most important lessons in the whole entire mentorship. And also another thing, why do we sleep? Your nutrition won't absorb properly. If your recovery work won't matter, your body will always be one step behind, because you got to lock in that sleep is not optional. It's not getting 8 to 9 hours of sleep is not something else. It's not something, oh, like today I really want to do things optimal, so I sleep 8 hours or 9. No, this is a non-negotiable. This is really your competitive edge. This is where you can separate yourself, because you just compete on a complete new level, since you can reach your full 100% and everyone else is just reaching their they think that their 80% right now is their full potential, because they're just sleeping for 7 hours, 6 hours. But because they can never even, through not sleeping that much, they can never even tap into those last 20%. And if you sleep more and better, this is when you can tap really into that last bit of your capabilities and you can separate yourself from the rest. Two of recovery is nutrition. I know we've gone
over nutrition in a really specific way already, but I just want to point out the most important things when it comes to recovery and nutrition again. So that will be kind of like a repetition overview of a lot of things that we've already covered. But now that we've built the foundation with sleep, the next level of recovery is nutrition, because fuel is really what drives everything you do, like we already covered. Because every time you train or play, your body basically depletes its energy stores, mainly the carbs, as we said, and it breaks down the muscle tissue. And that's completely normal. It's part of the process. But what you do after training determines whether your body rebuilds stronger or stays worn down. And when you refuel properly after a session, that's when you actually recover faster, reduce your soreness, and come back sharper for the next training or game. But if you skip that recovery meal or eat junk food instead, you stay fatigued, and that fatigue builds over time. It's going to get worse and worse. And as a center back, you can't afford that, because you need to be explosive and alert and strong for the whole 90 minutes. We don't get subbed like anyone else. We have to play for a whole 90 minutes. So your body can't do that with an empty fuel tank. So let's talk about what to eat after training. It's basically a repetition, as I said. We got to start with protein. You want like 20 to 40 grams after every session, if it's a weight session or a normal training session, because you got to understand, protein is what really repairs and rebuilds your muscle tissue. And it's basically your recovery material. Like we said, it's our little recovery crew. Think about the recovery crew over and over again. And you can get that from a weight shake, some chicken, some eggs, or Greek yogurt, whatever really fits in your plan. But as I said prior, also in the nutrition module, obviously you're going to get provided with that by me through the app if you're in a mentorship. And then next up is carbs. Carbs refill our glycogen stores. So that's basically our energy tank. And when those stores are empty, this is really when your legs feel heavy, when your sprints are slowing down, and when you struggle to maintain the intensity throughout the whole game or a whole session. So get carbs from like rice, oats, fruit, or potatoes, because those are like the clean sources of whole food sources that are really easy to digest for your body and can be used immediately. Because that's the most important, that we have our fuel sources like carbs, that we have them available immediately and the body doesn't need like a long time to break them down. Then next up is hydration and electrolytes. So you lose a lot of sodium, potassium, and magnesium every time you sweat. And if you don't replace them, this is when you really start feeling flat. Your focus will drop throughout the end of the game, and you're more likely to cramp and get those headaches and just feel really shitty at the end of the game. Because water alone isn't enough. The electrolytes is what you have to add, especially if you have long sessions, hot sessions where you sweat a lot, or games where you really sweat a lot. And this next thing is timing. Timing is really key when it comes to performance and nutrition, and especially in recovery. So the best window to refuel is within 30 to 60 minutes after training. This is just optimal. Obviously, sometimes it's not going to be possible logistically for you, but what I want you to focus on is just get a meal in as soon as possible after practice. Or weights, because that's when your body is primed to absorb nutrients and start to rebuild the most. So this is like right after you train, right after you've broken down your body, this is the best time for you to give your body the energy to rebuild again. And here's, for example, like a simple post-training formula that I like to use. Like right after practice, if you're not able to get a full meal right away, just have like a protein shake and a banana. It's fast and it's easy and it's super effective. And then follow it up with like a full meal about 1 hour, 2 hours later, with lean protein, carbs, veggies, and the healthy fats that we went over in the nutrition module. And you got to think of it like training empties your tank, recovery and nutrition fills it back up, and even makes the tank a little bit bigger every time you rebuild. So But if you skip these steps, you will carry on fatigue into your next session and over again, and you will start feeling slower, heavier, and less explosive, and your tank might actually shrink instead of getting bigger with proper nutrition and recovery and sleep as well. But when you get it right, your recovery going to speed up, your energy is going to stay high consistently, and you will, more importantly, be able to perform consistently even during those tough weeks where you play. Right now, for example, we're playing 2 games a week, and if you're in college right now, you will be able to relate. And if you're not there yet, this is what's really required of you: playing 2 games a week, having 5-6 times a week practice on top, on plus weights. So this high demand on your body, you need to match it with a proper recovery. And that's the difference between the center back who basically fades in the 70th minute and the one who's still dominating in stoppage time and still gets the big tackles even in minute 85, 86, 87, and you don't concede that late goal. And believe me, this is what coaches are paying attention to: who is there in the late minutes of the game. So just again, remember, sleep rebuilds the body, nutrition refuels it, and without both, you will never perform on your 100% and you will never know where your real ceiling is. Now we move into level 3, active recovery. This is the maintenance layer that keeps basically your body feeling fresh, mobile, and explosive week after week. Because as a center back, it's not just about training hard, it's about staying available all season long. You see how this is a recurring theme, that staying available is so important. And how can we stay available? Because the truth is that you have to understand, the best center backs aren't the ones that are the strongest or fastest. Obviously, these are really important characteristics, and this is what we also work on, but it's the ones who always fit to play. Because look at all those center backs or players, just even in general. Let's say Neymar is an example. Unbelievable player, but how did his career went down like this? Because he couldn't stay available, because I'm guaranteeing you he wasn't dialing in this. He was not dialing in this. And how many of good teammates have you seen basically have their career end with really bad injuries? I'm telling you, they were not dialing this in. Of course, there are some injuries you can't prevent, but this is why it's so important, and I keep repeating myself. And active recovery is what allows you to train hard, but bounce back faster and stay consistent across an entire season. It's not rest, it's smart movement. It's how can we move smarter during the time rest, and we basically aid recovery with that. Because when you do it right, it will increase your blood flow, it will speed up your healing, and it will flush out soreness so your legs and joints don't get stiff or heavy. And it's what keeps you light and ready, really, when things get tight, things get slow, and you feel like, I'm about to get injured in it. This is the stuff that really makes the difference of you're being able to perform, you're being not getting injured, or you feeling like super sore at practice. So let's go over some of the key recovery tools that you should be using consistently. So number 1 is stretching, and I'm talking about both dynamic and static. So dynamic stretching comes before training because it wakes up your muscles and preps your body for those explosive movements. Your static stretching comes after training or at night, and this really helps relax your muscles and return to their full range of motion. You feel like sometimes after you did like a heavy session, how you feel tight. This is when static stretching comes in after the session, where you basically lengthen the muscle again. So what I like to do is spend 10 to 15 minutes focusing on the key areas for center back. So what are those? Those are our hips, our hamstrings, calf, back, shoulders. Just make sure to not overstretch cold muscles before you warm up. So this is why we want to have those dynamic stretches where we like slowly go more and more into those. So second thing is foam rolling. This is basically self myofascial release. That's a hard one. So it's you treating yourself and massaging basically yourself. And this is basically, you can see it as your daily tune-up, because after a session or before bed, if you roll out, those sore and tight areas, your quads, your hamstring, glute, and calf, about 30 to 60 seconds per muscle. This will really give you a good release and you will feel it right after. And the most important thing here is do it slow and controlled, not just rushed, go over it like quickly. Really go slow and controlled in those areas that are like nagging you a little bit. And this is how you really break down the tightness by not really beating up your muscle and feeling even worse after. So third is mobility drills. Mobility is your insurance policy as a center back. You got to include hip openers, ankle mobility, and rotations in your warm-up or recovery days, because skipping mobility work like might not hurt you today, but it's the reason you feel stiff and slow and injured later. So mobility is really what's going to make you able to move smoothly and consistently throughout a whole season. Like, I'm super big about mobility, especially if you're a taller center back. Like, I'm 6'4" myself. Doing my mobility routine really helps me to stay active and stay injury free throughout a whole season. I think that's one of my strong suits, to be quite honest. Then fourth is bike sessions. So after heavy training sessions or matches, have a light 15 to 20 minute bike flush. That can make a huge difference because it increases your blood circulation and it basically removes lactic acid and helps your legs to recover without extra impact. So what is lactic acids? Lactic acids is the stuff that basically makes you feel sore. So at the end of, like, let's say a hard training session, when you can't run anymore and your legs start feeling heavy, that's because of the lactic acid. So this is how we flush it out of the system without having basically a further strain and impact on our body. So for this is super important, keep your intensity low because it's not about another workout, it's really about recovery. The fifth thing is activation and injury prevention. That is a super big one. So what that looks like is before training or lifting, activate your stabilizers, activate your glutes, your core, your hips, have an activation routine. And I will provide you with this if you're in a one-on-one mentorship, but it's super important because like this is what really predetermines your muscles and let them know, okay, I'm about to hit a session, I'm getting activated, I'm ready to perform. And you can use bands like band walks, group bridges, or single leg balance drills, but I will provide you with certain drills. And these small movements really, as I said, wake up your muscles that protect your knees, your hips, and lower back, and basically make sure that you don't get injured right off the bat because you're still cold. Then sixth is rehab work. So rehab work is if you have like a weak area or a really sore area, like you have an ankle that's been rolled or tight hamstrings, do your rehab before training, because that's how you really stay ahead of injuries instead of reacting to them after they happen. This is basically you doing precautions before it's too late. Like you feel like, oh, my hamstring is getting tight, or as I said, I rolled my ankle. Before you actually get an injury that takes you out for like 4 weeks or something, do the rehab work that basically prevents those injuries. And you should target those weak links every single day, even if it's just a few minutes. It makes a huge difference in terms of injury prevention. Seventh thing is yoga and stretch sessions. I'm talking about once or twice a week. Use like a light yoga or long stretching session to really reset your body. You got to focus there again on the areas that we center backs are struggling with the most: our hips, hamstrings, and like spine, especially if you're tall. So what's really important there, really breathe deeply and focus on recovery, not performance. Really go deeply into the stretches, focus onto the stretches, focus on connecting your mind with lengthening the muscle. But again, specific routines will be provided by me through the mentorship. And another thing is pool recovery or cold water. So the day after a match or an intense session, use the pool for some light movement or for some cold exposure, because pool work improves your circulation while taking pressure off your joints. You feel like if you jump up in a pool or if you lift something in a pool, it's a lot like easier and not as heavy. It's because of the effects of water, whatever physics are behind that, I don't know. But it really helps you to get mobility moving while not straining your body any further, because it's a lot lighter on your body. And then lastly, it's also for this one, cold plunges. Aim for 5 to 10 minutes. Really don't go longer. That doesn't help you. It's actually worse if you go longer than 10 minutes. So, and why do we do that? Because that reduces soreness and inflammation. Just don't overdo it, as I said, especially right after lifting. Wait a day until you do it. Use it as a recovery tool, because if you have cold exposure right after lifting, right after having a session, it actually can reduce your muscle growth. There have been recent studies about that. So be cautious. But as I said, if you're in a mentorship, we completely structure your individualized, personalized recovery methods with me together. So you won't even run into those issues. And then ninth is going to be just some massage or like a percussion gun, which is use the massages tools or get into sports massage to target sore muscles. So if you have access to an athletic trainer, that can be really beneficial to have them go for like a light tissue massage, or they even like scrape you with a javelin. If you've ever done that, that's also really beneficial. And it basically helps you release the tension and improve the blood flow within the muscle. Just remember, it's really not a replacement for sleep, nutrition, or active recovery. It's just in addition towards it. And the main thing you got to understand about all those different things I just went over. Yeah, I went over those as well. So the main thing you really got to understand about those is that active recovery is about maintenance and consistency. So the better you take care of your body, the longer you will really last. And at the higher your performance ceiling at the end of the day will be, the higher you will be able to perform on a consistent basis. Because as a modern center back, you need to feel light, quick, and explosive every single match. No matter if you play 2 times a week, if you just play 1 time a week. When we have match day, we need to be 100% on point every single time. And that comes really from having a recovery system that builds into your week, not something that you only do when you feel pain. It's really already preventing the pain, preventing being sore. So injury prevention is just as important as the strength training itself, because if you stay healthy and consistent, you will always be available and you will always be able to level up your game. Because the best center backs are only the ones that can be trusted and played over and over again. But if you get injured, one, you can't be trusted by your coach, and your coach might choose another center back that might be worse than even you quality-wise, but he says like, I'm going to get out of him a whole season. He's doing all this extra work, where he's with you uncertain if you can play 3 games in a row without getting injured, without getting super sore. And as we previously discussed, obviously for us center backs, once the backline is performing, there's not a lot of change, because you need to get into the rhythm of playing together. So it's super important that you can show your coach, hey, I'm someone you can rely on throughout the whole season. And you'll be given a specific active recovery routine with mobility plans in your one-on-one to make sure that those habits basically become part of your weekly structure. But remember, this is the difference between going from a good game for just one time to dominating a whole season. And aside from being available for a whole season, also think about your overall improvements. If you can just like improve for 3 months, and then you always injure yourself because the strain just gets too much, and then you're not able to improve for like another 4 weeks until you can play again. Imagine you could just constantly improve over and over again without any injuries. That's gonna fast track your improvement and your development so much. So this is why, especially active recovery to aid the level 1 and level 2 is so important. And I'll see you at level 4. Now we move to level 4, which is manual therapy and advanced recovery tools. This is really where the pros separate themselves. It's not about doing more, it's about doing things smarter. Because here's the truth, the best center back isn't always the one with the most talent. It's the one who's always available, and I keep repeating myself. If you're always sore, stiff, or injured, coaches won't trust you, and they actually can trust you. But if you stay fresh and explosive and consistent week after week, this is when you really become irreplaceable. And manual therapy helps you stay in that zone over and over again, week after week, because it really accelerates the recovery, it reduces soreness, and it restores mobility. So your body always feels light and springy, and you have this freshness in every single session and every single game. And it also complements your training, allowing you to push harder without breaking down and completely stepping out of it for a couple of days. Because you got to think of it like a fine-tuning machine. You've built the engine now with the sleep, the nutrition, the active recovery, and now we have the fine-tuning. Now we have the leveling up. Now you're making sure it runs smoothly every single day. And let's break down some key recovery tools that you can really use, and most of the time have the resources also to, in universities or clubs. And the first thing will be sports massage. It's more of like deep tissue or recovery massages, and this is really a staple for elite players. Like I'll do it at least twice a week or right after matches, and I'll focus on my legs, the back, especially like quads, calves, glutes, and hamstrings. That's really areas where I'm trying to get my deep tissue massages in, because it flushes out the waste products, releases the knots in your muscles. When you have like you're a little tight, you have like a little knot, it's a little crunchy there, and it really speeds up the healing process of you breaking down your muscle during a game or a hard session. And the only thing you got to watch out for, just avoid scheduling one right before a match, because those kind of things work really deep in your muscle, and it can sometimes make you feel a little sore. So we don't want to feel sore obviously on match day, because it's really staying ahead about injuries, not making you more sore. The next thing is physiotherapy sessions. And if you have access to a physio, you should use them weekly, because they help to correct your imbalances, strengthen weak areas, and target small stabilizers that prevent injury. And because you got to understand, the physio is not only there when you're hurt, it's also about staying ahead of injuries. But one good thing I can tell you right here, I'm going to provide you with individualized rehab and prehab plans. If you have certain areas of concern, I'm definitely helping you in the mentorship with this as well, and we kind of make a plan for you to get over those certain little hiccups you have with your body right now. Third thing, chiropractor. It's basically for alignment on your joints, because sometimes your posture or hips can get out of alignment from repetitive movement and really tough trainings. And this is maybe when you have repetitive like lower back pain or just back pain, on like you feel sore and nothing really makes it feel better. That can be the reason for that, can be like that you're not really aligned. So then using a chiropractor, if you have access to it, can be really beneficial. But don't only rely on the adjustments, because you will still need the strength and mobility, work to keep the joints stable and healthy long term. So use it as a supplement, but don't make it replace anything in terms of like stretching, active recovery, and other forms of recovery. And next up is cupping therapy, one of my favorites personally, especially since I'm in college. And you can use that like after matches or really heavy training weeks, because it improves blood flow in this area and helps loosen those tight muscles. It's like basically perfect when you're like fatigued right now, to get like a little bit of the fatigue out of it. I really like it. It really helps me. But here again, avoid it right before games, because it can leave marks and tenderness for you that might let you feel a little bit more sore in a game. So we want to do that mostly after our workouts. Fifth is actually a really, really interesting one. I have never done it before I came to the States. It's dry needling and acupuncture. So what is that? This is basically for deep and chronic tightness that normal massages can't reach. And it really resets the overactive muscle fibers and reduces your pain. So if you're really like deeply sore and you go like you feel like some kind of already like burned out, this can really like release those really deep knots. And if you have access to it again, you can use it, but always do it with a qualified professional. Never do it on your own. That's one thing I really learned is super, super important. And sixth is scraping. And scraping, oh, I love it. It hurts a lot, but you use that for like chronically tight or you've overused areas like your calves or quads. Like I, for example, always have problems with my groins, so I get a lot of scraping on my groins, and it helps really, really much keeping those areas loose, because it promotes your blood flow and breaks up the adhesions under your skin that really restrict your mobility and you being fresh. But you got to go slow. Too much pressure can really cause bruising and inflammation. So again, don't use that right before matches. Make it more of a recovery tool after those matches. And another thing I learned to love, especially in college, is here, Game Ready. So Game Ready is basically a tool that combines compression and cold exposure to reduce your swelling. So right now I have a little knee injury where my knee really gets swollen. This is when I use this. And especially a knee and ankle after games, it can be really beneficial. And it's an absolute game changer if you deal with swelling after matches or long-term travel. Like, get those in. If you have access to it at your university or wherever you play, MLS Next Pro, whatever it is, or club, do it. Definitely helps. The next thing is number 8 is ice and contrast therapy. So use ice only when there's a visible swelling, 10 to 15 minutes max. Afterwards, you can get ice burns and it's just not beneficial anymore. You just doesn't help. So, but for normal recovery, contrast therapy, so alternating in between hot and cold water, is really better and gets like this relieving feeling for your muscles, because it boosts your circulation, helps your muscle feel really refreshed. But avoid really heavy cold exposure right after strength training, because it can really slow muscle growth. As I said before, there have been recent studies where they show that if you have too much, or like if you have cold therapy right after lifting, it really decreases the amount of muscle growth. So that's really one thing to keep in mind. And 9 is compression therapy. So Normatec, the boots or the wraps, absolutely love them. Use compression tools, like especially after training or long trips or on recovery days, because they help push your waste products, so like your lactic acid, everything that makes you sore, bring it in and bring in fresh blood flow through the muscles. And it's just a super simple way to refresh your legs really fast. You can even do like homework or anything while doing them. Just pull them on. Absolutely love it. And then lastly, sauna. Super, super underrated in my opinion, because you should use the sauna like post-training or in the evening, never before explosive sessions, because you obviously sweat a lot, so you're getting dehydrated. Don't use it before, use it after, again, as a recovery tool. And the reason for that is why it's so good. It increases your blood flow. It really loosens tight muscle and help you mentally also relax and calm down after long days. And it's also great for circulation and stress relief in general. Think of it like you're really resetting your body. You're letting all the bad stuff kind of sweat out. I don't know. I know it's not that way, but that's how you got to think about it. So I really like to go in the sauna if I have access to it as well. And here's the key mindset about it. Like, recovery isn't something random. It's something about timing and layering the right recovery steps onto each other. Leveraging those recovery steps is really what's gonna help you, because heavy tools like ice or Game Ready, use them when you're dealing with swelling or just finished match. And lighter tools like massages, scraping, or compression therapy, you can really use them like during the week to maintain your body, to keep your body fresh before a game. Because when you combine the manual therapy with the fundamentals of sleep, nutrition, and active recovery, this is when you get really this complete system of recovery, and you can set yourself apart. And this is what really is going to make you feel fresh 99% of the time, and is going to make you able to play on Wednesday and basically be fully 100% ready again on Saturday. And especially in college, that is crucial because, again, I'm going to repeat it. You have to master the basics first. So master sleep, master nutrition, then master active recovery. And then you can use these tools to refine your recovery. But there's no point in worrying about getting norm attack done if you don't sleep enough or you don't eat right. So, because when others are actually breaking down mid-season, you will be still performing on your best if you stack those things up to each other, because you will be reliable, explosive, and ready for every single game. Now we've reached level 5. So level 5 is experiments. And this is basically the final layer of the recovery pyramid. And it's where a lot of athletes get distracted. See, this level exists because there's always going to be some new shiny recovery trend, like cryotherapy chambers, the red light therapy, infrared saunas, hyperbaric oxygen, massage guns, whatever trending TikTok is going on this week, you know? And sure, some of these things might actually have a small benefit and gonna help you, but here's the truth. If you don't have levels 1 through 4 absolutely dialed in, your sleep, your nutrition, hydration, active recovery, and the manual therapy we just went over, the other things, they won't make a difference. They won't make you feel any better unless you have those 4 completely dialed in. Because there's really not like a shortcut gadget that you can use to get the benefits of the professional athletes that you see that use those hyper chambers and everything. They have everything else dialed in, and those things give them the last 4-5% to be on this 100% level each and every day. But the 95% before of sleep, nutrition, active recovery, and manual therapy, that's what enables them to do this extra stuff to get those last 5%. But if you don't take care of the 95% for, it doesn't help you at all. So your foundation will always win. But let's quickly go through what these experimental tools actually do and what they don't. So first, the cryotherapy chamber. So like this super cold, you're in like minus whatever degrees. The claim says it speeds up recovery and reduces your soreness. In reality, it will feel refreshing, but the benefits are pretty similar to just like a cold shower or a normal ice bath. So if you're not sleeping, eating, or hydrating right, the chamber won't save you from being sore or not feeling fresh. Next thing, infrared sauna, heat therapy. The claim is that it improves blood flow and relaxes muscles and detoxifies your body. And it can definitely help with relaxation, but it's nowhere near as effective as proper hydration, proper stretching, and a real sauna routine. It's a good tool, but it's not some miracle that will change everything else if you don't have the other things dialed in. The next thing, red light therapy. It boosts your healing and reduces inflammation. That's at least the claim it says. And there's some early science behind it, but it's a small bonus on compared to like the basics. Like you can get like 1% out of it, but think of it as 1% or 99%. Obviously, you want the 99% first until you reach the 1%. Don't get caught up in 1% if you are not being 99% of the results on top of it. The next thing is a hyperbaric oxygen chamber. You maybe seen LeBron James going in one of those chamber. Believe me, that dude is spending $2 million a year on his body and recovery. He has levels 1 to 4 dialed in on perfection, and this is why he does that thing as well. This is just a little pinnacle, and the claim is that it's basically more oxygen to your system, so faster healing. And in reality, it's extremely expensive and mainly used for rehab after injuries, not the everyday recovery. Unless you're recovering from like a surgery or like a major trauma, your time is way better spent sleeping more or eating well instead of going in those chambers for some reason. And the last thing is massage guns. The claim is it breaks up tight muscles and improves recovery. And they might feel good short term, but nothing replaces stretching, foam rolling, or proper warm up and a cool down routine. Like, yes, if you have done your proper stretching, if you have done a proper warm up and activation session, then you can supplement with some massage gun and it might give you another benefit. But if you say, I'm just going to massage gun instead of stretching, no, that's not how it works. And you will actually feel worse than if you would have stretched. So the message here, I hope it came over, is pretty simple. Being a center back isn't about chasing those new trends. It's about the simplicity and consistency of things. Because don't fall into the trap of like overcomplicating your recovery with all those fancy things. You don't need the red lights or oxygen tanks to perform better. The only thing you need is 8 hours of sleep, eat a clean whole foods diet, hydrate properly, do your active recovery work, mobility, stretching, rehab, and use proven tools like foam rolling, massage, and cold therapy when they're needed. And if you master those, then and only then you can play around and maybe try out some fancy stuff and see how your body actually responds to it. Maybe you like the chiropractor, maybe you don't. That's fine, but you should never replace the fundamentals with things like that. And remember this, fancy recovery is a bonus. It's not the foundation. And the basic always win the games, because trends don't replace your discipline, your consistency, and taking care of your body the right way. You're not just building a body, you're building a system that actually allows you to perform at your best every single week. And that's why being a center, that's what's being a center back is all about, being available every week through the foundations, through those little actions that we do on a day-to-day basis. So that was it for the recovery module. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope you guys learned something, and peace out.